And it's great to have a little afternoon baseball here as we've got the St. Louis Cardinals getting set to take on the Milwaukee Brewers. It is the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by State Farm. It's the YouTube show, as a matter of fact, and honestly, should be a lot of fun to watch these teams get after because Corbin Burnes coming off the IL, making his first start since April 26th. He is facing Jack Flaherty, who has been tremendous. He threw 7 scoreless innings against the Rockies on Friday, holding Colorado 3 hits and a 5-0 victory. That game is coming up about 30 minutes from now, and this is a huge get for us.
Big get.
You know, in Hollywood, when they talk about, like, you know, booking agents and publicists, it's like, you got Mark DeRosa to do the show? You just knocked out 3 hours of MLB Central. I'm not here to do a YouTube show. You requested this, right?
We don't give me credit where it isn't due. We dumbed it down to 2 hours today.
That's right.
So I had the extra hour. I knew this was on my schedule. I'm going to speak with Elsa after. We'll figure this out. But I'm dialed in for this pitching matchup. Seriously, this.
Yeah.
My dad always said the game begins and ends on the mound.
Yes.
You got 2 of the best in the National League going at it today.
No question. Adnan Burke alongside Mark DeRosa. We are going to get into that pitching matchup in just a second. But first off, in case you missed it, the highlights from last night.
Tyler O'Neill 0 for 2 tonight. And O'Neill lifts a high fly ball out to deep right. It may go. Gone! The game is tied. Shaw to right center. It's headed for the gap. It's down. Travis Shaw go-ahead double in the 8th. He was rocking and rolling. Swinging a fly ball. Left and deep. Get up! Get up! Get out of here! Gone!
Brew Crew comes up with a 4-1 victory. As we take a look at the NL Central standings, listen, even the Bucks, they got off to a decent start. Now, it's slipped a little bit, but only 6.5 games separate first to last, and the Cardinals and Bruins specifically look really good atop this division right now. St. Louis has been on a real run after a slowest start. Paul Goldschmidt's been great for them. Tyler O'Neill and Milwaukee starting pitching has been ridiculous, and just wait until they get Christian Yelich back at some point this season. As D-Rose said, though, the pitching is really where the focus is. Corbin Burnes, so this guy has yet to throw a walk this season.
I wonder if he's going to be thinking about that.
I think that's a part of it. When you've got
starts
like almost
wearing on you like a hitting streak.
I agree. He's 3 away from tying, breaking Kenley Jansen's record, the amount of strikeouts before allowing a walk. So in your head, you're thinking, all right, 3 more, let's go. I'm with you.
I can remember with Greg Maddux was going on a streak like this, and Bobby Cox came out. The right move was to intentionally walk a guy to break up this streak.
And Mad Dog's going, no way.
He asked him, he goes, are you okay with it? And Doggy's like, yeah, put him on.
See, I would have been selfish, said no. Under absolutely no circumstance. Bobby, get back in that dugout. As for the pitching matchup, though, seriously, Burnes and Flaherty. Flaherty's a 6-game winner so far. He's bounced back after an unsuccessful 2020 season, and Burnes now is elite-level pitching.
Yeah, Burnes is throwing stuff we've never seen. I mean, just total buzzsaw sinkers and sliders. Jack Flaherty, for me, you look at certain players that were affected by the pandemic-shortened season. Yeah. It affected Jack Flaherty. We can dive into the breakdown right now. I think it affected the way he went about attacking left-handed hitters. You take a look. In 2019, you could argue he was the best pitcher in the game. I mean, he had a second half like Jake Arrieta had with the Chicago Cubs. In 15 and 16, the stuff of legends where you just don't get hit. Everything is perfectly placed. And then 2020, it kind of got sideways for him, right? His first start was around July 24th, July 26th, and then all of a sudden he didn't start again to August 19th. I got a chance to talk to him at 30-30 and kind of go inside how he prepares, things he does off the field mindset-wise to get ready.
There's different breathing techniques that go on before I get out there, and then there's just that, you know, digging deep and finding that energy of, I don't really know how to explain it, but just being able to find that mindset and that mode that works for you. Every pitcher is different, every player is different, and how they can attack a game. For me, I'm right here, and that's just the way I have to go about it.
Moses, can we pause this real quick? Because I want to make that point. I think Christian Yelich took it on the chin. Javi Baez certainly took it on the chin. Certain guys, creatures of habit, that 60-game season really affected certain guys. I think that affected him, Adnan, but the way he attacked left-handed hitters in 19 and 21, very similar. In 20, for some reason, he was throwing his heaters, and if I could get in here real quick before, we talk about tunneling. Carlos Pena always talks about tunneling, but what is it, right? You want to throw the heater up top, and then you want to give the illusion of another heater up top, throwing the breaking stuff off of it in the same tunnel. But against left-handed hitters, he was living down in the zone with everything. So none of them had to respect anything from belt up, hard or soft. They could set their sights down, and as long as they didn't swing at his slider in the dirt, they were more effective, and lefties gave him a little bit more trouble in 2020. He's back to working that north-south mentality. Run it. You can't cover all this. You can't cover 17 inches and cover 96. Now this pitch is going to come right off that same plane, and it disappears at 80. This next one to my man Alex Avila is awesome. Heater in 95, and then we're going to throw a slider right off that. That is just absolutely unhittable. Again, to Big City right here. Matt Adams doesn't look right in that Colorado uni. He needs to jump dugouts and get back in St. Louis.
Couldn't agree more.
But he's been dominant to the left-handed hitter. Something that kind of jumped out with Eric Nays, researcher to the stars, breaking it down. He's on top of his game again. You see right here, last 3 seasons, it's basically back to 2019. 591 OPS. Now down to a 567, and you see in 2020. That's a throw that out.
Nays is great, as is Elijah Ackerman, our researcher. Just told me in my ear. Jack Flaherty, 763 OPS against lefties last year. This year, 562. When you're talking about a 200-point differential, that's pretty insane. And math is not even our strong suit.
No. Close.
Great stuff there from D-Row. Poll question today leading up to this YouTube game today. Real simple here, okay? Who's going to win the game? Cardinals or the Brewers? You saw D-Row breaking down the greatness of Flaherty. 6-0 at 2.83 ERA. Burns has been ridiculous, making his first start since April 26th. He threw into a net every day during quarantine and worked on his wife's Peloton as well. So this could be a huge endorsement for Peloton if he pitches well today. Corbin Burns, a lot of focus on this. 49 strikeouts prior to issuing his first walk of the season. Still to come. Got some great interviews here lined up. Milwaukee Brewers, Lorenzo Cain. Ridiculous what he did yesterday. He scored from second on a sac fly. Going to ask him about that. Plus, a great YouTuber, a sensation on MLB The Show, giant Phillies fan, Finn for the win. Those guys and more coming up next.
Cain back in there. Last appeared in the contest on the 13th of April. Swinging a high drive, center field. Wow, welcome back, Lorenzo Cain.
That's a return. There's a base hit back up the middle. And the ball around third on his way to the plate. Cain's throw is close. And Nottingham saying he got him. He is out. All right, there you go. Wow. Oscar sends one in the air. Right side, foul territory, and Tyrone Taylor with a sliding catch for out number 1.
1-0 pitch to Hauser, and Hauser sends this one in the air. Deep right field, racing back is Cooper at the track. He has done it again! Adrian Hauser goes deep! Off of Castano again!
Adrian Hauser, lightning strikes twice against Castano. See how sharp Hader will be after sitting for a week. Lets it fly, and a swing and a miss, and there you go. And there's strikeout number 400. Fastest in Major League history, Josh Hader.
Welcome back to MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by State Farm. And when you look at defensive run save leaders among outfielders since the start of the 2018 season, Mookie Betts the head of the class, but right there is Lorenzo Cain ahead of Aaron Judge, Kevin Kiermaier, and Harrison Bader. And speaking of Harrison Bader, that's where we're going to start as you bring in Lorenzo Cain, the Milwaukee Brewers, because yesterday, and one of the craziest plays we've seen in a while, it's Bader in center field, and you scored, Lorenzo, on a sac fly. How were you able to do that?
Oh, just, initially I saw him, go back on the ball, so I was ready to tag. And then I saw him slip, so I was unsure what was going to happen. But he eventually made the catch. I was able to get back, tag, and like I said, I'm always hustling all the way through. And Jason Lane did a great job of waving me home there. It's
amazing to be able to do that. Seriously, score a sac fly from second. How fired up were your teammates, Craig Counsell, everyone in the dugout?
Yeah, everybody was fired up. Like I said, we were trying to add any kind of boost to this team right now, because, things haven't been going the way we wanted. But we're going to keep, battling and keep grinding out there, and hopefully things start to change.
Makes me think of that great run from first base, 2015 ALCS. Remember that?
Oh yeah, I'm the type of guy, I like to hustle on the bases. I try to make it tough on the third base coach as whether to decide to waive me or hold me up. So like I said, I'm always putting pressure on my third base coach. So always trying to score a run for this team any way possible.
Now, that was an amazing image as we're watching again right now. The fact you turned 35 and you're still fast, I can applaud you on behalf of all the rest of us slowpokes out there. Let's focus on the starting pitching, which has been amazing so far this season. I think we all knew how good Brandon Woodruff is, but Corbin Burnes has gone to a next level. What has been the difference for Burnes?
Yeah, I mean, for me, he's throwing all his pitches, cutters at, 96, 97, 98. So, like I said, the guy's filthy. He's definitely fun to play behind. Our entire pitching staff has been lights out. So, as a group, as a whole, this pitching staff, this bullpen, those guys have been doing a great job all year long. And as a defender, it's fun to play behind them, and you always want to make plays for those guys.
And Burnes still hasn't allowed a walk. I mean, in this day and age, how crazy is that kind of pinpoint control?
Yeah, it's very impressive. What he's doing is very impressive. I mean, like I said, it's just fun to watch right now. And, you kind of feel bad for the hitters sometimes, but he's definitely lights out. He's dominating the game right now. And I think he can definitely keep this going for a very long time.
Offensively right now, it's been a grind, and part of that is you're missing Christian Yelich. How critical is that to getting him back in this lineup healthy and productive?
Yeah, we're having Yelich in the lineup is always a good thing. He's battling his tail off to get back in the lineup. He's working every day in the training room, make sure he's getting his back right. And I mean, we definitely miss him out there, but at the same time, we got to go out there and battle as a team. We got to continue to pull for each other. Stay together, regardless of what's happening right now. We got to stick with each other, and hopefully things start to change for sure.
It's amazing, Lorenzo. You often see turnover in the game, but in the NL Central the last 5 years, every time it's a tight race. You feel like anybody can win, and the separation between top and bottom is very few games. Any ideas why your division is so tightly contested every year?
I don't know. Just the division as a whole, I don't know, just playing each other. Everybody's very competitive. I think pitching is lights out nowadays. I think it's getting tougher and tougher, but at the same time, in our division, from top to bottom, it's just a battle. And, everybody's very competitive, ready to compete each day. And I think it's going to be that way the rest of this year. So hopefully we come out on top. But, yeah, it's definitely going to be a grind the rest of the year.
Been watching and enjoying your career for many years, so I need your help right now. Which pun do you prefer with regards to your last name? Is it Citizen Kane, Rosebud? Is it Kane as Abel? Is it Big Daddy Kane, Raising Kane? Yeah, which one do you like the most?
Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, man. I've heard all of them. I guess I like Kane is able. Kane is able to go out there and get the job done. All parts of the field. Defensive, stealing bases. Swinging the bat. So I like Kane is able. A guy that's able to go out there and get the job done in all phases.
My sister-in-law is actually from Wisconsin. She's in Franklin, Wisconsin. She's close to Milwaukee. So she's, Packers fan, all the rest of it. And I love the fish fry. I get it to Milwaukee whenever I can. But I understand you are a big Dallas Cowboys fan. How do you feel about the Cowboys, how they did in the draft?
Oh, man. I think they had a great draft. They addressed a lot of needs. Cornerback, linebacker. Michael Parsons is going to be a beast. Kevin Joseph as well. I think we did a great job, and I'm definitely excited to root my Cowboys on. I'll definitely be to a few games, and I'm definitely excited for the season to start for sure.
Well, let's hope Dak Prescott is healthy for your sake. Cowboys at the Bucs to open the NFL season, which should be a lot of fun. But right now we're focusing on baseball, and hope the Brew Crew keeps making some noise. Lorenzo Kane, thanks so much for the time, man. Appreciate you.
All right, thanks for having me.
Time now for a creator spotlight. Somebody who loves the game like no one's business, and that's week it is Finn McConnell, the Finn FTW. That's right, the Finn for the win. Live commentary and gameplay of a variety of sports video games such as MLB The Show, Madden, and many more. And his favorite Major League Baseball moment, it's a great one celebrating the late, great Roy Halladay. We'll talk to all that more as you bring in Finn for the win right now. Let's start there. Finn, how'd you come up with that, Finn for the win?
It's probably something I came up when I was about, I'd say, 15, I think, and pretty default name, but it rhymed, so I decided to stick with it. Why not?
Well, no, I think it's key. Like when you're using any sort of acronyms, like FTW, you have to figure out what it is. Like if you're going WTF, that's a different conversation. So I think you're fortunate that the way that we've leaned in these acronyms and such, FTW, everyone's well aware of what that means.
Exactly. There are some people that still have no idea what it means, but I'm happy to answer it because luckily it is an appropriate acronym.
No question about it. Let's dive into your fandom for the Phillies and that specific moment you love. Roy Halladay, being from Toronto, I loved watching Halladay for so many years at the Blue Jays. Then he goes to the Phillies and continues to dominate. It felt like it was almost a different audience that got to appreciate how great Doc was. That game in 2010, particularly a no-hitter, you get to meet him after the game. Tell me all about that experience.
Oh, it was such a surreal game for sure, and we actually were sitting in right field, 200 level, right above the signs out there. And I remember what was crazy the most is I actually had a fall ball game that day, and luckily it got canceled, so we got to stick around and see that moment. But the best moment of the game for sure was that swinging bunt right there from Brandon Phillips. I mean, you could have heard a pin drop during that at-bat when that ball was put in play. It was absolutely surreal, and then the whole place just erupted when the final out call was made. But I got to meet him after the game. We actually, back when I was in middle school, my dad and I used to stay after and try and get autographs after the game, and I was lucky enough to get to meet him and get him to sign a warm-up ball he actually tossed me in the bullpen before heading out there. And we actually ended up staying there probably, I think we got home around 1 a.m. that night.
Amazing story. I mean, listen, Doc, an intense guy, but clearly a great player, and I'm glad you got to have that moment with him. Take me back. When did you first become such a diehard Phillies fan?
I went to my first game in 2006. I can't quite remember who the team was that they took on, but I remember that's when I was never really a sports guy up until I went to my first baseball game, and then I fell in love with the game, started liking hockey and football, but to me, nothing's going to top baseball for sure, and I've been going to baseball games ever since.
What was it about the game that you think entranced you so much?
I don't know. It's completely different apart from every other sport out there. At least the big four just seems to be going back and forth, but baseball is just such a different ball game, and I in my opinion, takes a lot more skill, and there's so many more skills that you need to have to play the game. It's not just about shooting a puck or being able to stop a puck or throw a ball and catch a ball. You have to be able to hit. You have to be able to catch. You have to be able to throw, pitch, depending on what your positions are. It's just so much more of a multi-tool game.
That's well said. MLB Now, one of our shows here at the network, is the show for the thinking fan. Baseball is that sport for the thinking fan. The Phillies this season, what have your impressions of this team so far?
Inconsistent, to put it into one term for sure. But that whole division, it's actually funny because they should start calling it what they were calling the NFC East last year for football, the NL East, because it was supposed to be the most hyped division this year, and it's been kind of disappointing. So I really don't know who's going to end up on top. I really think it's a toss-up for, I don't know so much about the Marlins, but I think all 5 teams could possibly get it. It's still very early in the season, but definitely a toss-up.
Well, your perception is accurate because I felt the same way. This will be a very competitive division. Instead, it's been a lot of mediocrity, although that seems to be league-wide, especially when it comes to hitters struggling at the plate. What do you make of the fact batters are hitting like .230 this season?
Yeah, it's weird, but another odd thing about you mentioning batting average is I feel like it's actually becoming a pretty obsolete stat. A lot of people are talking OPS right now, which I'm old school. I'm not a big fan of that. I still judge a batter way more based on his batting average than his OPS. So I'm more of an old school guy. But yeah, I definitely don't like seeing guys hitting lower, especially if they're not putting up a lot of balls over the fence.
Yeah, I'm with you. When a guy's hitting .235 right now, you can say, well, that's above average. That just doesn't feel right. Let's get to your YouTube page.
You better be hitting at least 40 dingers.
Yeah, exactly. Like Pete and Cavilla back in the day. Let's get to your YouTube page. Obviously, you're a guy who cares a lot about being active with social media, being young people, et cetera. What was all the effort that you put into putting together your YouTube page?
Oh, I probably started my channel back when I was, let's see, like 15, 16. I think I started making it. I made pretty amateur videos with like cheap recording software I had, and then I really got serious with it probably towards the end of 2015. I started doing NHL and it went really well. Then I started doing MLB, and that's probably been my far to record for sure. But I've started doing daily uploads every day, streaming almost every day, and I I have a lot of fun with it. No complaints at all.
Yeah, last one I've noticed with MLB The Show, you like to create your own character. Dorsal Finn is your guy. Who is your favorite player that you like to model your game after?
I really just like to do my own thing. There's not really anyone I try to be like. I kind of just try to be the best at that position or best in the league, pretty much. I don't try, like this year I'm doing a two-way player, as that's a newer feature in the game. So I try to just be the best pitcher and the best hitter out of everyone in the league.
Finn for the win. Last one. Anyone call you Huck? Is there anybody old enough that thinks Huckleberry Finn when they see your name?
I probably get everything other than Finn. And not too many people call me Finn. I get Finnegan, Dorsal, I get Finley. Pretty much everyone calls me anything other than Finn.
We talk again, I'm calling you Huck. Finn for the win. Great stuff, man.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
All right, great stuff there from my man Huck Finn. Corbin Burnes is getting set. He has been lights out so far this season, leads the majors with a 42% whiff rate this season. When we come back, we'll put Deer on the spot. Your picks to click. Don't go anywhere.
And Pilar yanks it down the left field line. Will it stay fair? It is hooking, and it is caught up against the wall. What a catch! What a catch! Justin Williams, and he smokes it. 1-0 Cardinals. Oh my! He almost broke the sign in left field. You can hear that up here.
This is going to go from questionable foul ball to souvenir. You're calling it.
Yeah. Arenado, way back at the wall. My man called it. He called it, and we're tied. Nolan has tied it up 5-5.
Time for a homer, huh?
Yep. Are you calling it?
I'd like to see it.
Well, everybody would like to see it. I want to know if you're calling it.
Okay, why not?
Goldschmidt with a home run! There it goes! Long one into left. Two-run homer, Goldie!
Who says it?
There's a swing and a high fly ball into deep left field. Flaherty has just hit a home run. His first major league home run.
Absolutely. All right, set for the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by State Farm. So we got the Cardinals and Jack Flaherty get set to take on Corbin Burnes. All right, getting set for some picks to click here as it is the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by State Farm. Adnan Burke alongside Mark DeRosa. So we've talked a lot about Jack Flaherty, how great he's been. Time for picks to click, brought to you by BetMGM. Question now becomes this, Dero. When you think of a Cy Young favorite this year, okay, who's your favorite to win the Cy Young? Because obviously Flaherty is in that conversation. Is he the guy for you?
It's Garrett Cole after what I watched him do last night. But I know we're in the wrong league.
Correct.
It's Jacob deGrom's as long as he's healthy, but what Jack Flaherty's done in the early going, the 6-0, I mean, it can't be denied. Corbin Burnes, the guy he's taken on, plus 450 on the odds.
I like Brandon Woodruff. His teammate's been plus 1,800.
I like that as well.
Bauer.
Walker Buehler giving you 6+ at plus 2,000.
Not sure about
I like the money on Flaherty.
See, exactly. Flaherty for plus 3,000.
Yeah, that's good.
I like where your head's at on this. St. Louis's offense picking it up. He's been great so far. Okay, those are your odds. DeGrom, obviously, heavy favorite, minus 125. But Burnes, Bauer, some other good choices there as well. All right, who's your favorite to win the NL pennant? Everyone thought Dodgers, and all of a sudden they fell apart.
I hate the predictions. It's the one thing I seem to get wrong.
I think it's because on Central they'll bring it back. Hey,
I had the Atlanta Braves to win the entire thing. And
Atlanta
now,
guy,
after exploratory surgery and no closer, I'm a little concerned.
Pitching's been a mess. That's the problem. Braves are still plus 800, by the way. Wow.
I'll tell you who's jumping out at me, and I know they're hot right now, 7 in a row. The New York Mets.
Yeah, the Metropolitans you're in on.
As long as Jacob deGrom comes back, they have every weapon to get it done and beat a team that no one's going to want to play.
Mazika Magic.
Still early.
Right.
We had Mazika on this morning.
How was he, by the way?
He was great. He actually was great.
What was Gary Cohen's called? The king of the walk-up fielder's choice.
They could have given him a knock on the first one.
You know what I love of the Mets? By the way, Taijuan Walker, great signing. 2 years, $20 million for him. Great signing. This guy's lights out. He's been great for the Mets. Stroman as well, another former J. All right, so Mets is who you like there. How about over/under total runs scored in today's game? -6.5 with two outstanding pitchers on the mound.
I mean, it screams that it should be 3-2 ball game, but I'm going.
It's never that.
Yeah,
I was about to say, you got to go the other way. Yeah.
Paul Goldschmidt's going to the slide at some point in this game on a two-seamer. The ballpark, Miller Park, well, it's now American Family Field.
Thank you. Good
it's
catch.
one of the greatest ballparks to hit in from an offensive player. And as long as it's, I know it's a day game, as long as they got the panels open and the shadows don't get too skewy, you're going to see something go out of this yard.
He and Arenado, by the way, both hit 368 there, so interesting how that park plays. Where did you always hit well? What was your favorite park to hit in? I should put it that way. Dodger Stadium?
I loved Minute Maid.
No.
The NL Central's got some bandboxes in it. Cincinnati.
Right. Wrigley.
Yeah, well, I keep saying Miller, American Family Field. So, no, this is one of the better ones.
Yeah, Central's always fun. And I'm with you. Whenever it feels a certain way, go the other way. Feels
Everyone
like a
said Colorado. They love playing Colorado.
Yeah.
I had trouble breathing at altitude. I had a jammer in 2008. I almost didn't make it, but we're here.
It's no joke, man. That altitude will get you.
I'm serious. And the turbulence going into that place is nightmare.
Not great. Not great. Who's going to win today's game? Cardinals, 63%. One thing about that fan base, they're active. They're on YouTube. They're everywhere. The Cardinal
When
Nation.
I look at the NL Central, one word comes to mind: trust. Who do you trust? And I trust the names on the roster as St. Louis Cardinals. Maybe not today.
Yeah.
I might go Brew Crew for the steal today with Burns on the mound.
I like that.
But I think when the dust settles, St. Louis is going to win this division.
Goldschmidt, ridiculous. 1185 OPS all-time in American Family Field. To your point about
Really?
certain guys love certain ways. Yeah. Let's take a look at the lineups. I know you want to look at the lineups specifically, see how it's looking. So you got Tommy Edman, Dylan Carlson, Goldie, Arenado. Really top-heavy there for the Cardinals. And the Brewers, my man Colton Wong, he's only 2 for 11, 2 walks his first 3 games against his former team. Lorenzo Cain, they got to get Yelich back one of these days.
And that scares me. The back is always a tricky thing. And not only do they got to get Yelich back, the name, they got to get the 40-homer version of Christian Yelich back.
Speaking of, Adam McCalvey tweeting this: Christian Yelich will go on a rehab assignment. AAA Nashville beginning tomorrow, and the Brewers will reassess after the weekend. Asked whether that means he'll be back for next week's series at KC. Counsel said TBD. They just want to get through the weekend first. That's a good sign.
No, that is a good sign. The fact that he came back, it scared the heck out of me. One day, didn't like the way he felt.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, like a situation with Mike Soroka, the pitcher for the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah.
For him to, as a young man, to walk in and say something's not right, because you know the difference between injury and a pain that you can maybe work through.
But that division, dear, NL Central always feels like 3 games separate 4 teams. Right? The last 5 years, no team runs away with it.
And Cincinnati seems to be sitting at 500, and I don't understand why they can't figure out a way to, like, really go. I understand that.
But they can mash.
They are certainly talented and can mash. Again, I keep coming back to St. Louis because I trust the guys in their lineup. I like their lineup. I think Tommy Edman at the top, Dylan Carlson's the prospect that everyone's waiting to just explode.
4.5 games separating the top 4 teams.
Yeah.
When people talk about Cardinal Nation, some people think like it rubs them the wrong way. It's a little bit arrogant, right? Like, hey, best fans in the game. What was your take when you were playing? Did you get a sense of that in St. Louis?
I just respected the ball game. Respected guys who hustled and played hard and played the game fundamentally sound the right way. Moving around. Listen, I say this all the time. It's just glorified Little League. We still know who the best players are. Albert Pujols in 2009, I want him to be a monster and try and go Big Mac land. Matt Holliday, I want you going Big Mac land. Let us fill in the cracks and get the bunts down and do the hit and runs. The game's kind of changed, and guys have lost their way a little bit with the shift. Everyone's trying to go deep.
Matt Holliday, by the way, is on the call today.
Is he?
It's fun. Yeah, that's going to be fun. You got Plesac, get Scott Braun, Holliday. I got to ask you this. We got to
Maddie on the call.
I want to save the best for last. Your boy Roflo now has merch.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Like on Instagram last night, Robert Flores has his own shirt. I'm not kidding. Bro Flo.
Getting away from him. He probably got 100% cotton. They shrink. Next thing you know, they're in a garage.
Like the quality of the shirt is what I'm
t-shirts.
right. It's a medium. It immediately goes to crap. Like, what are we doing here? I mean, how long? Like, you played. Like, there's DeRosa in the back. You don't have like zero on the front.
I have an 11-year-old son that does 2 things. He plays baseball and video games. That's what he loves to do. And Roflo.
This is hero.
Some nights I wonder if they're in cahoots. till 2 in the morning, streaming or doing something. I
Buddy,
don't
who
know.
you talking to?
I don't get their
Flow.
language they're speaking.
Lauren Shahadi's going to get her award, Joe. That's all I got to say, okay? D-Rose got a jersey on the back. Roflo's got his name on the front. Shahadi, you're next. This should be a lot of fun. Cards and Brewers, Scott Braun, Dan Plesac, Matt Holliday, J.P. Morosi on the call. Thanks to Mark DeRosa chipping in here. YouTube.
Here's the pitch. Drives it deep. What a play. Are you kidding me?
One of the prime pitching matchups in all of baseball is going down in the Midwest today. Two flamethrowers with a daytime duel in Brew City. Two of the top teams in the division have one more clash in the series before heading their separate ways. And today, the entire planet has eyes on the NL Central. This is the game of the week. Live on YouTube, presented by State Farm in Wisconsin. The St. Louis Cardinals match up with the Milwaukee Brewers. And we are live inside the studios to call the action. Scott Braun along with former Milwaukee Brewer and three-time All-Star Dan Plesac. Is there anything like daytime action in Milwaukee? A little tailgate action,
No,
maybe?
little tailgate, little brats, in a marquee pitching matchup. Corbin Burnes, who has not walked a single hitter all season long.
49 strikeouts, 0 walks. We'll watch him work against Jack Flaherty, all on YouTube. Over 20 exclusive games on YouTube this season. Let your friends know. Easy to find us. YouTube.com/MLB. It's free for everyone. It's 3 million subscribers on MLB's YouTube channel watching today. We'll remind you about upcoming games with a little notification if you hit the bell icon. YouTube TV customers are hooked up with an MLB pop-up within the channel guide. And look who just popped up for the entire game with us as well. It's Matt Holliday, the former St. Louis Cardinal. Matt, it's great to have you on board. And how surreal is this for you to watch many of your former teammates today? And we'll even talk to one of them in Adam Wainwright.
What's up, guys? Yeah, I'm glad to be here. It's pretty exciting to get a chance to watch some of my old teammates, even though Yachty is getting soft on me and sat out the one game I get to do. So maybe we'll get a chance to talk to Adam or Yachty, and I'm excited to be here and watch some good baseball.
We have Waino booked for this one. Yeah, we'll see if we can grab a little sound from Yachty. He's missing out because Jack Flaherty's on the mound, and he's matching up against Corbin Burnes, who's coming off an injured list stint. He was COVID positive. He's back, Dan, and like you mentioned, he doesn't walk anyone.
I mean, it's been amazing, the transformation of Corbin Burnes. Bounced around from the rotation to the bullpen, back to the starting rotation, and look at that graphic right there. ERA of 1.53, 29 in the third innings. He's yet to walk a hitter, and he's punched out 49. But it's hard also to believe that one pitch could turn a guy's game around, and that's what happens with Corbin Burnes, the cutter. It's a nasty pitch, and it's high velo, 96 to 98 miles an hour. Equal opportunity. He'll throw it to lefties. He'll throw it to righties. He'll throw it front door. He'll throw it back door. You can't sit on one pitch from this guy. This cutter right now might be the most dominant pitch in the game of baseball.
And what he did, Dan, was completely revamp his repertoire. As you can see, this was a four-seam fastball guy in 2019, a very down year for him. Completely changed everything, and now using the cutter more than ever. And also on the other end of the pitching pairing, you have Jack Flaherty, who, aside from one clunker on opening day, Matt, has been fantastic. The four-seam fastball plays up. What's the scouting report on him?
You know, I think Jack Flaherty is a guy that locates his fastball down and away to righties really well. He tunnels that fastball down and away with his slider that looks exactly the same and then kind of dives off the outside corner. When you look at his fastball, it's anywhere from 92 all the way up to 97. He kind of uses it with two different pitches where he can throw the 92 to get ahead in the count and then go reach back and get the 97 late in the count. But to me, it's the conviction which he throws his fastball. It's not a huge spin rate, but he throws a ton of four-seam fastball. The league's only hitting 150 off of it. And it kind of surprises me when you look at the average against. against a fastball like that. But like I said, he's got conviction in his pitches, and he's an all-around just a really good competitor.
You can see April 1st against the Reds, 6 earned runs in 4 1/3, and since then he's elite. He's one of the best starters in the sport. He received a ton of run support so far.
I think you talk about that first game, and like you said, it was a little bit of a clunker. But since then, his fastball velocity's ticked up in the last couple games, up to 97. And like I said, he's a 2-pitch pitcher, mostly fastball slider. He's been dropping in some curveballs. And talking to Mike Schild, he's been using that pitch a little bit more often for a change of pace to get guys off the hard fastball and the hard slider. But I think when you look at the conviction in which he throws his fastball and the competitor that he is kind of what sets him apart and makes him a top of the rotation kind of guy.
Matt, he can produce some swing and miss, but if there's a ground ball, he's probably in good shape, especially at the hot corner with Nolan Arenado, the 8-time Gold Glover, and he can swing the bat a little bit too. You have a special relationship with him. What's he like?
I think he's just all around one of the best players in the league. Like we talk about his defense. I knew he was great at defense, but in 2018, when I got a chance to go back and play with him on an everyday basis for about 6 weeks, it almost seemed like every day he was making some sort of Gold Glove play. I saw some plays that I'd never seen before, but I think watching him do his work before the game is what the most impressive thing to me was. And then obviously his hitting. He's a 35 home run, 100 RBI guy. He's been an MVP candidate every year he's played. And I think the one thing that sets him apart is his tenacity. He plays every day. He wants to be in there. He plays with high emotion. It's very important to him. He's just a very tough competitor.
And a guy that you just figure, and you've seen it already, the St. Louis crowd will gravitate towards. They love to watch him. And then on the other side with Paul Goldschmidt at first base, it's a special group over in St. Louis. Over in Milwaukee is our own JP Morosi, the 4th member of our team. Very lucky guy, very pumped for this pitching matchup. JP?
Thank you, Scott. Good afternoon from American Family Field in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Our broadcast location out in left center field. A gorgeous afternoon here in Milwaukee. Just beside us, Corbin Burnes going through his first warm-up routine for a start in a little more than 2 weeks. And all the eyes here in Wisconsin throughout the NL Central and the MLB world wondering, does his command return as it was to begin the season? That incredible start he has been on, not issuing a single walk so far. Very importantly, during that layoff, he was able to keep throwing. So we'll see if that cutter command remains intact. That has already seen him be the starting pitching leader in terms of most innings pitched and most strikeouts here in this case, without having issued a walk. Of course, just 2 behind Kenley Jansen of the Dodgers for the all-time record in that category. A blustery and yet beautiful day here in Milwaukee. Lineups in first pitch, and NL Central Showdown is next on YouTube.
This is going to go from questionable foul ball to souvenir.
Arenado, way back at the wall. My man called it. He called it, and we're tied. Nolan has tied it up 5-5. The 0-1. Base hit into center. Carlson will score. Goldschmidt to third. 2-0 Cardinals. And a 2-out rally here for St. Louis. The 2-1 pitch. Arenado sends it down the right field line. It's well hit, slicing near the corner, and it's down. A ground rule double for Nolan Arenado. Arenado backhands it. Wow.
Come on. Wow, what a quick reaction by Nolan Arenado. The pitch to Story is hit hard toward third, picked on one hop by Arenado, and he throws out his good friend Trevor Story. Nolan Arenado facing his old team.
Arenado out to deep left field, his first home run against his former team. Launched it into the bullpen. You know he's loving it.
6 home runs for Arenado, 23 RBIs, and a 7-game hitting streak.
This is the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, presented by State Farm. We take you to American Family Field as the Milwaukee Brewers host the St. Louis Cardinals. The lid wide open. Nice day out in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Nice pitching matchup going on between Jack Flaherty and Corbin Burnes coming up, and this is the lineup that Burnes will face, presented by State Farm. It's the starting 9 for Mike Shildt, St. Louis Cardinals, with Tommy Edman at shortstop filling in for Paul DeJong today. Dylan Carlson in right field. Paul Goldschmidt absolutely terrorizes Milwaukee pitching, especially in this ballpark. Arenado, Carpenter's in at second. O'Neill with a homer in each game of the series so far. Vader in center. Kisner's going to catch today for Jack Flaherty.
Well, there he is, the man of the hour, Corbin Burnes. We touched on it in the open. Take a look at that graphic. 29 in the third innings. That's right. No walks, 49 strikeouts. That's about as good as it gets, strikeout to walk ratio. He's been terrific. The cutter is his main weapon.
And the biggest question will be, any rust? Coming off about a 2-week layoff. He was on the COVID injured list, tested positive for COVID-19. He said it was asymptomatic, working out at home, working on his wife's Peloton to keep himself in shape. And he delivers the first pitch on the corner for a strike to Tommy Edman to start the day on YouTube.
And on cue, that's the cutter, 96 miles an hour. What's made him so effective is he throws that cutter to both sides of the plate. He can throw it away to a lefty and down and into a lefty also, like that one right there.
Matt, how do you game plan against Corbin Burnes?
The one thing that is puzzling is typically, like Dan said, is that it's a one side of the plate pitch with the cutter that away to righties and kind of into lefties, but he's been able to pitch it to both sides. I was talking to Nolan Arenado, and he told me that the tough part about it is that he'll hip shot the right-hand hitter, and you can't just kind of look out over the plate because he does throw the cutter inside. So for me, you got to look one side or the other. You can't chase this guy back and forth on both sides of the plate.
He's ahead 0-2 on Edman, who makes contact right side. It gets through, and the Cardinals have a leadoff hitter. Edman is aboard, and it's time for our State Farm pitching breakdown. Dan, I mean, what more is there to say about Corbin Burnes so far this year?
Well, one of the keys today is he going to be rusty after missing about 2.5 weeks of action? He was in such a good groove, and if that's the case, the Cardinals may be in business. The cutter, the second bullet point, is his best pitch. It's changed him around. He, like Lucas Giolito of the White Sox, went from a terrible pitcher to a good pitcher and command-in-chief. If he's commanding all 3 of his pitches, he is going to be very, very difficult to get multiple hits in any inning.
He faced St. Louis in Missouri on the 8th of April, 6 shutout innings, 1 hit, 9 strikeouts, and he finds the zone against Dylan Carlson.
Well, so far so good. If you're Craig Counsell wondering how he's going to be, he's thrown 4 pitches and 4 strikes right off the get-go.
I think he's going to have to use his sinker too. I think when you come back off of injury, he's going to need to make the ball go both ways on these hitters a little bit. Maybe show them the sinker so that they have to at least respect that he might throw something beside the cutter.
Carlson's had big numbers in the first inning, his first at-bat this year. Edman's on the move. Here's the throw to second, and it is late. A stolen bag for Tommy Edman, his second of the series. He swiped one in game 1 of this 3-game set. It's number 6 on the season.
It's a really good jump right here. Narvaez really has no shot to throw him out. Corbin Burnes really paying attention to Carlson and the on-deck guy that was hitting. Pretty good walking lead there from Tommy Edman.
Already a runner in scoring position.
I think this is a good approach for. This is a good approach, I think, against a really good pitcher, is that you get a guy on early. Now you steal a base. Now it makes Carlson's job easy with getting the ball, getting the runner over with the ground ball to the right side, and then you have a chance to score early with a sac fly or something. You give yourself a chance to score off a guy like Burnes early. You feel a lot better if you're Jack Flaherty going out there with a lead against Corbin Burnes.
We haven't seen much scoring in the first 2 games of this series. Excellent starting pitching early on. Brandon Woodruff and Freddie Peralta, excellent for Milwaukee. We'll actually talk to Woodruff a couple innings from now. And after the first inning concludes, Adam Wainwright will join us.
Nasty cutter.
42% whiff rate for Corbin Burnes this season. It's best in Major League Baseball. That's just good old-fashioned swing and miss that he's able to produce. Two strikes on Carlson. Burnes was a 6th place finisher last year for the NL Cy Young Award. Probably would have rated higher, as Carlson does not bite. Carlson facing a 3-2 count. StatCast, powered by Google Cloud, shows us how Corbin Burnes likes to handle his business with 3-ball counts. Dan, cutters, and he stays in the zone.
Well, that just shows you how much confidence he has in that pitch. A couple of years ago, back to 2019, he was basically a 4-seam fastball guy up in the zone, so he's not afraid to run deep counts and go to that cutter 3-2.
And Carlson chases 97 that dips down, and it's the first out of the day.
Well, the streak's alive. He's yet to walk a hitter. Carlson might have swung at ball 4 right there. There's a good look at this cutter. You can see that grip, and it looks like a fastball all the way, and the bottom just falls out off the bottom of it.
That's strikeout number 50.
You know, it's crazy as much as he uses his cutter. It's almost like Mariano Rivera asking how much he uses it, and he's pitched him basically with one pitch. It's pretty amazing that you know he's going to throw it, but you still can't hit it.
It's like a closer, but he's pitching all game long. And going up against Paul Goldschmidt, number 3 hitter for St. Louis. One out and Edman on second. We'll see some of those swings today, Dan.
Well, that's what's so unique. You know as a hitter that there's a pretty good chance you're going to get one of those cutters, but he'll throw it up in the zone like he did to Paul Goldschmidt, and then bury that one down and in like he did to Carlson for the strikeout on the 3-2 pitch.
Goldschmidt makes contact in on the hands, and that's to short for Arias. And Vogelbach will slap the tag on. Edman moves to third with 2 outs here in the first. And your State Farm defensive alignment for the Milwaukee Brewers. They pride themselves on their defense. Vogelbach made a big impact yesterday. Wong a Gold Glover. Arias just made that play. Shaw at the hot corner. Or Narvaez is back today, activated off the injured list to play catch with Burnes. And in the outfield, Bradley Jr., Kane, and Garcia, with Christian Yelich on the injured list, but looks like he's on the comeback trail again. We'll give you more news on Yelich in a bit, but he will begin a rehab outing this weekend in Nashville to get some at-bats.
That last pitch to Goldschmidt was the 2-seamer inside, and that's the equalizer right there where he keeps guys off the cutter a little bit.
Now Arenado gets one pass short, and that's going to break the ice for the Cardinals. Nolan Arenado makes it 1-0 as Edman scores.
And cutter out over. Nice swing right there. Cutter out over, stayed on it, lined it through the left side.
Get a good look too at the value of that stolen base from Tommy Edman. Leads off the game with a base hit. Steals second base, able to get over to third, and Nolan Arenado takes this cutter intended to be away, and it kind of stays on the inner half of the plate and drives it right there between the hole between short and third.
Again, going back to getting after this guy early in the count. He doesn't throw a lot of balls. He doesn't walk people. He pitches on the plate. So there's his aggressive early in the count and try to get a run home right there.
Just a couple ground balls past the infield. 2 hits, 1 run now for St. Louis, and here comes Matt Carpenter. 3 for 11 with a couple homers in his career against the starter for Milwaukee.
It was interesting. I think he went first pitch changeup to Matt Carpenter right there. I think he knows Carp's going to be aggressive early in the count, and then he's jumped him a couple times already, and a couple home runs against him. So he goes first pitch changeup, and then looks like more of a sinker right there.
And that one's lifted to shallow center. Kane racing in, going to be a tough play, and it drops. And Arenado is going to round third. Here comes the throw, and it is in time. Arenado's toasted home. Narvaez slaps on the tag. It's a base hit for Carpenter, but that's going to end the frame. Lorenzo Cain, just an all-around complete player. Craig Counsell talking to us this morning about the impact that he makes on a daily basis. Not there quick enough to make the catch, but saves the run. And they wanted Arenado to stick around at third. He goes aggressive home, and the Brewers prevent one run, but the first of the day is on the board for St. Louis, and we'll head to the Cardinals half of the first.
A swing and a miss. Duvall strikes out.
1-2 on Anderson. 1-0 Marlins the pitch. Swing and a miss. Anderson's gone on strikes. Here's the 2-2. Struck him out looking.
1-2-3 inning. Ooh, there's a good breaking ball, and Rojas down on strikes.
1-0 pitch to Hauser, and Hauser sends this one in the air. Deep right field. Racing back is Cooper at the track. He has done it again. Adrian Hauser goes deep, and the Brewers lead it 3-1.
And a called strike three. Strikeout number 5 for Adrian Hauser. And he got him. Went back to the fastball. Anderson slams his bat down. That one's in there. Called strike 3. 0-2 pitch and a swing and a miss. Strikeout number 8.
Going in there again. Carved him up. 9th strikeout. Payoff pitch again. Struck him out. Strikeout number 10 for Adrian Hauser.
Anderson on the first pitch, a bouncer to Wong. Terrific outing for Adrian Hauser.
One nothing Cardinals, could have been 2 if not for Luis Urias backing up Lorenzo Cain, Dan, who definitely sold out for this baseball.
Really heads up play. We talked to Craig Counsell before the game. They really liked the defense, and Urias really Johnny on the spot right there, backing up Lorenzo Cain, giving an opportunity. This is a really heads up play right here. Good base driving too by the Cardinals to go ahead and try to get that second run in. It took a good throw, and you can see Nolan Arenado almost able to score the Cardinals' second run.
3 hits for St. Louis against Burns, most in the first inning of a start over the last 2 seasons for him. And now Jack Flaherty's turn against the Milwaukee starting 9. Jack Flaherty with a 3.32 ERA in his career. It's under 3 so far this season, and really just one bad outing, Dan.
His first outing of the year. Since then, he's gone 6-0, and he's what they look like, a big, strong dude, a lot of innings. A little bit of a disappointing 2020 season last year in the 60-game abbreviated schedule. I think the starting and stopping of the season really hurt Jack Flaherty, but if the Cardinals are going where they want to go, this guy's going to be driving the bus. A lot of teams in baseball, Scott, feel like they have an ace pitcher. You're looking at one right here. This guy's a legitimate top 10 pitcher in all of baseball.
It's 2 balls and a strike to Colton Wong. Okay, Matt, you had a pretty good game plan in the first against Corbin Burns. So what's the attack mode for the Brewers against Flaherty today?
Yeah, I think for me, you got to stay on the 4-seam fastball. He's throwing it a lot. I think 50% of the time he's throwing 4-seam fastballs in the 92 to 95 range, probably down and away to both hitters is his hot spot, and I would just be super aggressive on the fastball.
He handles Wong. Lorenzo Cain coming up. It's the State Farm Brewers starting 9. So after Wong's Cain, then Vogelback. Travis Shaw cleaning up. He leads the team in homers and RBIs. Abisail Garcia hitting .469 in May after a .195 April. He's been their best bat this month. Narvaez just activated today. Bradley Jr.'s in left. Urias in short. And Corbin Burns in the 9 spot.
Getting a good look there at Jack Flaherty. 34th player taken overall in the draft in 2014 out of Harvard Westlake High School just outside of Los Angeles. And how about this for a team? How would you like to have John Flaherty, Lucas Giolito and Max Fried, all on your high school baseball team.
Yeah, Jack, Luis, and Max all on a squad together for a year. Jack was a couple years younger than those two as Kane lifts one out to right. Backing up is Carlson, and he's got it. So your State Farm breakdown on Jack Flaherty brings you ace-like stuff today.
Well, 6-0 on the year. He had a rough one in his debut against the Cardinals. And other key secondary pitches. Good slider curveball combination. He'll mainly go to the slider as his secondary pitch, then be an ace. And listen, every good team, and the Cardinals think they are a good team, and that's going to be playing in October. They need an ace, and this would be their ace. He would be a game one starter for most teams, including the Cardinals.
There's a strike to Vogelback. And Matt, it gets
the Brewers are going to have to find some offense somewhere.
Yeah, Matt, it'll get even scarier too. I know we talked to Mike Schilt this morning about Jack Flaherty's uptick in velocity as the game continues along. And also, you mentioned in the pregame the location and the conviction that he's brought to the table. Jack is really putting it all together, and he's still so young.
Yeah, you know, I think this year he's got off to a really good start. Coming off, Dan mentioned earlier, the COVID season last year, I think he was pretty disappointed. But as we all know, the Cardinals had a big problem with COVID and had to take a couple weeks off, and then kind of getting back into the groove. He never really found his rhythm as a pitcher. And I know that right now he's really coming into kind of that form that we saw a couple years ago. So, like I said, his fastball will tick up as the game goes, and hopefully he can continue to keep moving.
That's a great play by Paul Goldschmidt, who plays a mean first base and gets the job done. 3 up, 3 down in the first for Flaherty. Cardinals up 1-0.
Only Kim's third 3-ball count of the night. Fly ball left center, slicing away from Bader. It's down off the warning track into the bullpen. A ground rule double. Kane scores. 1-0 Brewers.
So the potential go-ahead run is at second base, and Carlson will bat. The 2-2 pitch from Williams is hit in the air to left field. Tagging at third is Harrison Bader. The catch is made in left, the throw coming home, and it's not in time. The Cardinals have tied it.
Runner at third, 1 out. Now it's Goldschmidt.
First pitch is hammered out to deep left. It's at the wall. Gone! 2-run blast for Goldie. 3-1 St. Louis.
So there's been a lot of traffic in this 11th inning for the Cardinals.
And that is hammered into center. At the wall. It is gone! Tyler O'Neill, 3-run blast.
And I smell the coffee brewing. 6-1 Cardinals in the 11th.
You're watching the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by State Farm. Cardinals have a run after 1 on the Brewers as we're in Milwaukee. Scott Braun, Dan Plesac, Matt Holliday, and JP Morosi. And time now for our dugout interview presented by State Farm. And our YouTube creators in the live chat hit us up with some questions for the great Adam Wainwright joining us for the inning. Adam, how you doing today?
Good. How are y'all doing? Thanks for having me.
We're great, and say hello to your buddy Matt Holliday on the broadcast today.
He's a regional cable journalist now, huh? Hey, Matt.
Hey, Adam. What are you doing out of the locker room? How many deviled eggs have you had?
No, this is during the game, Matt. I'm all focused. I'm all Cardinals. Go team. Also, not much of a deviled eggs guy. It's gotta have some smoked barbecue on top of it, or some barbecue sauce.
That's lifted by Tyler O'Neill, and Vogelback is going to watch it out of play. O'Neill, Bader, and Kisner coming up in this frame. Okay, Adam, let's start with Jack Flaherty and what you've seen from him so far this year and his progression as an upper echelon pitcher.
Yeah, well, I think what we're seeing is shades of 2019, where he's working down really well. He's working up off of that really well. He's not hitting a lot of that in-between zone where he was hitting a lot last year, a lot of thigh-high stuff. And Holly can tell you, you know, at this big league level, if you're living thigh-high, you're going to have a hard time getting big league hitters out. So he's doing a great job of working down. That's his bread and butter. And then off of that, working up in the zone, he's getting those lefties up and in, up across the top, and then down and away and down and in for chase. He's tough, man. When you're not living in the middle of the plate, hitters are going to have a hard time hitting you.
Adam, it's Dan. Is the game of baseball still as fun to you as it was 10, 15 years ago?
No, it's much funner, much more fun.
In what way?
I'd say, you know, I won't say more fun. 10 years ago, the game was pretty fun. I was pretty good at this game 10 years ago. You know, the game's a lot more fun when you can kind of do everything you're trying to do out there, accomplish what you're trying to accomplish, make good pitches, keep hitters off balance, and throw it hard enough to get it past the bat every now and then. But then probably 4 or 5 years ago, the game stopped being fun.
Burns picks up the strikeout. Thanks, Adam. I appreciate the little pause there. But yeah, no, tell us about how things are fun again for you, though. Things have really turned around, and you're loving life and kind of proving everyone wrong, too, right?
Yeah, 4 or 5 years ago, the game stopped being fun because the game hurt. You know, my body hurt. Everything hurt on me, especially my arm. But my back hurt, my knees hurt, my arm definitely hurt. You know, there's a very good chance I was pitching with a literal broken bone in my elbow for over a year. You know, when you're having a hard time picking a fork up, it's a lot harder to pick up a baseball and cast it where you're trying to throw it to with any kind of authority. So glad to get over that hump. There's a lot of people that worked really hard to get me back healthy again. Our training staff was amazing. Our dietitian really worked hard on me. I had a bad diet, as Matt can tell you. Matt and I used to basically share a room on the road. We would get rooms next door and hang out all night playing video games and whatever, and playing cards and just talking baseball and talking life. And man, there was not a lot of good things going down this tube. You know, it was a lot of junk, a lot of pizza, a lot of late night stuff, drinking bad stuff. I'm not talking about like hard alcohol and stuff. I'm just talking about like Cokes and lots of sugar drinks and that kind of stuff. And just a lot, you know, I had to change my diet, I had to change my way of living, I had to change my life, I had to change the way I lifted, the way I ran, the way I conditioned, and the way I pitched a little bit. I changed my arm slide. You know, when you're old, you got to make adjustments. It's a game of adjustments, and if you don't, you'll find yourself sitting at home.
So Corbin.
So who is the
ahead,
who
Matt.
would you, Adam? Who would you say is the better Mario Kart player, you or Skip Schumacher? I think that's the question everyone wants to know.
No one really wants to know that, because everyone should know that I'm the better player.
Hey, Adam, I've
this
got
guy
one.
pitching. I'll just say this: this guy pitching is ridiculously nasty. I did not appreciate. He broke my record for a starting pitcher. Started the season with no walks and most strikeouts or whatever it is, and he's just blown it out of the water. But you know, he's just pitching. He and the guy yesterday, Woodruff, they're just throwing different stuff. I mean, the pitchers nowadays are so talented. It's such stuff. He's working hard. That cutter he threw, I faced it earlier this year. It goes 3 different ways, and it is nasty, 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 and hard to hit.
And he gets Bader and sets a new record. 52 strikeouts and no walks. It's the most Ks before issuing a walk to start a season. He tops Kenley Jansen's record of 51 set in 2017, and there you are. He broke your record as a starter, 35 in 2013.
Yeah, and I'll just say, you know, that year that streak ended because I had to face a very tough Nationals team, and Bryce Harper came up in a really important part of the game, and I didn't give in to him. I mean, but I wouldn't have had 52. So either way, Corbin's better.
Bravo, Corbin. And that's Kisner finding some open space for a base hit. 4th hit of the day for St. Louis. They have a 1-0 lead. Burns has 3 strikeouts and a new record to start the season. Here's the swing and miss that he produced off of Harrison Bader.
Well, this is number 52, Scott. It looks like a fastball all the way, and it just kind of disappears. It has that late cut action. Very difficult pitch, as Adam was talking about. It looks so good and so inviting, and then right at the end, it's gone out of the strike zone.
Earlier, he had a 3-2 count on Dylan Carlson, and I looked over. You know, baseball's a funny thing. Like if you got a no-hitter going or something, you say, man, you know, this Corbin Burns got a no-hitter going or whatever. The next guy, it seems like he gets a hit every time, right? And so I look over at our trainer and I go, did you know he hasn't walked a guy all season? And then he threw a ball low. But that's the great thing about velocity. You know, it is velocity. It can make up for mistakes sometimes. It can get you. You got to chase a little bit out of the zone sometimes. I mean, we saw Vogelbach, who has an incredible idea of the strike zone yesterday, chase the ball over his head because Halsey's throwing 100 miles an hour. So you can get away with more stuff. You get more bad swings when you get that extra velocity like Burns has.
You know what, Adam, to ask you a question, though, there has to be a place in the game for guys that do what you do, what Kyle Hendricks do, that move the ball around, change speeds. I know you're not the pitcher that you were 10 years ago with your stuff, but isn't there still room in the game of baseball for the craft of pitching and not just throwing?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah, but I think it's going to come back around, honestly. I think, you know, right now there's kind of a love affair with many of the different spin rates and exploring different areas of the zone. But, you know, at the end of the day, no pitcher should be happy about coming out of the game after 4 or 5 innings. And I think it'll come back around. People still, you know, you see more pitchers now coming up through the ranks that are trying to learn how to pitch again and not just throw.
Well, they're looking up to you, Adam. We appreciate the time as always. You're the man. Thank you. Good luck the rest of the way. All right, we'll talk soon. Matt, say bye.
Thank you, guys.
Adam.
Thanks for having me.
Adam Wainwright joining us mid-second. Cardinals up 1-0. Burns sets the record.
2 are on and nobody out. Lorenzo Cain is the runner at second base.
Swinging a fly ball, hit well to center. Bader drifting back onto the warning track, slips and falls, still makes the catch. Cain is going to head to third. They're going to try and send him around. Here's the relay throw home. Not in time. Slipped. The ball popped out and Cain scored.
Another terrific performance from Brandon Woodruff. 7 2/3 innings, back-to-back games. In double-digit strikeouts for Brandon.
Tyler O'Neill 0 for 2 tonight. And O'Neill lifts a high fly ball out to deep right. It may go. Gone! The game is tied. Tyler O'Neill.
I think he's still thinking about how did that ball get out that Tyler O'Neill hit. Pablo Reyes is the runner over at first. Shaw against Helsley, 0 for 1.
Shaw to right center. It's headed for the gap. It's down. Travis Shaw, go ahead double in the 8th.
He was rocking and rolling. Swinging a fly ball. Left and deep. Get up! Get up! Get out of here! Gone!
Last of the second with the Cardinals up 1-0. Time to introduce our first poll question of the day on YouTube, and you can participate wherever you're watching. Chime in and let us know which pitcher could be on the Cy Young highway early on in the season here, and we're giving you a number of candidates. Not named Jacob deGrom. That's the name of the game. deGrom on the injured list right now. He looked like the front runner before hitting the IL, but which NL starter not named deGrom has the best Cy Young chance between Bauer, Flaherty, Burns, and Max Scherzer? And as you're voting, you might get impacted by some of the answers from our friends, including Matt Holliday. Matt, you go first.
You know what? I'll take Jack Flaherty just because that's who we're watching, and I've gotten to know him pretty well. I know what kind of competitor he is. He's a hard worker and kind of a up-and-coming star in the game. So I'll go Jack Flaherty.
You know what? I'm going to double down on Flaherty. I just think he has an abundance of talent. You we talked about it. His only clunker on the year was his first start of the year against the Cincinnati Reds. Since then, he's been about as good as you can get. 6-0, and I think another thing that helps him too, Matt, he's playing on a good team, a winning team, and I think he's going to be a big part of where the Cardinals are going.
And, you know, I think when you look at a 6-0 start, I mean, he's got a chance to win a lot of games. When you start out with that 6-0, I know wins aren't quite as important maybe in the metrics these days, but I still think when you look at a chance to win 20 games, I think he's got a real shot.
Big time run support so far this season for Jack Flaherty, and his offense backing him up in the first inning. League leader in wins at the moment. 2-0 to Travis Shaw. Gets a swing and a miss.
And that's a part of his game right there. I think we're just a big, strong guy, but a 2-1 sinking fastball right there. Travis Shaw getting the green light there, turns it loose. Instead of that ball that's 95-96. We talked about it in the open. He's kind of a throwback. He pitches down in the zone quite a bit.
And Shaw lifts one into deep right. There is Carlson, and he lets it go off the wall. Can't time it up. And heading to second base is Travis Shaw with a double. Dylan Carlson trying to line it up and couldn't find the baseball.
Well, it can be difficult in Milwaukee at this time of the day with that roof. You can see there's shadows, and it's very difficult. You can lose a ball in that open roof. You go from sunlight to there's some shade there in the right field part of the area. You can see how dark it is right there. You can see he has no idea where the ball is, and he finally tracks it right before it gets to the wall.
Yeah, it looked like he lost it. I would have said off the bat that that's a home run or an out pretty easily, just because of how high it was. But it looks like you said he lost it there for a second. By the time he refound it, it was too late, and Shaw ends up on second with nobody out.
Officially ruled a double for Travis Shaw. He's been racking up doubles in this series. Also leads the team in homers and RBIs. 7th two-bagger of the season. He's in scoring position to start off the second for Milwaukee. And now their hottest hitter, Avisail Garcia, stepping up.
You know, Scott, there are some guys that are just horses for courses. It seemed like when Travis Shaw puts on a Brewers uniform, he just seems to hit, right? Nicknamed the mayor of Ding Dong City.
You love that nickname.
I do. I actually have one of his bobbleheads in my office. The Brewers PR department sent me a bobblehead on Travis Shaw bobblehead day.
Thank you, Mike Fasalo. You like that nickname, Matt?
I do. I like a lot of nicknames, but that one is that's the first I've heard of it. Maybe I should hear more about that.
Dan's the #1 promoter of that nickname, and Shaw getting the job done. Garcia trying to bring him in. Flaherty's 1-0 home. And then Chase downstairs. And here it is again.
See how the shade is right to the back of Carlson right there. He's going from sunlight to dark. Much like hitters at Wrigley Field during a day game where you're going from shadows to daylight or daylight to shadows.
This is an interesting situation where you wonder if a guy like Garcia, who's kind of paid to drive in runs, will look to shorten up and try to get him over with no outs and be okay with taking a ground ball to second base.
Offense has been tough to find in the early stages of these games in this series. This is the 6th matchup of the season between these two teams. And Garcia takes a pitch wide.
I think when you look at the Brewers offense in general, near the bottom in offense, these are the kind of situations where you have to get this run in. And whether it takes manufacturing it by taking the grounder to the right side and turning it over to the guy behind you. But I think in looking at some of the stats of the Brewers offense, this is a very important run for them to pick up.
Two and two.
There's a little bit of that increased velocity that Matt was talking about on the pregame. Down in the zone, 91, 92 miles an hour, that he reaches back when he needs it. On a 2-1 count where Avisail Garcia, it's a pretty good idea. He's swinging, elevates one and get up there 95 miles an hour.
That's what Matt's talking about with the offense. Under 4 runs a game, 25th in Major League Baseball this season, but they have some standout starters, some solid bullpen names, excellent defensive club.
Dan, do you see a little bit of crossfire? Do you think Jack Flaherty creates some angle on right-hand hitters where he's getting that four-seamer going from right to left a little bit with that kind of the angle and the crossfire look?
No doubt about it, man. And it's a lower arm angle, and it's very difficult. What it does, too, it gives him a little movement. It gives him a little cut on that fastball. On the previous pitch to Garcia, he had a pretty good swing on it, but the ball is just kind of moving away from the barrel of the bat. So not only is it 94, 95, but it has a little cut action.
Got him. Garcia down on strikes. First punch out of the day for Jack Flaherty, and behind him out in center field is Harrison Bader. He is mic'd up all day long on YouTube. Harrison, take it away.
You got room, you got room, you got room, you got room, you got room. Towards that wind's funky. It's okay. Side. It's all good. It's the double.
That's the good stuff, the inside access on that play. That double for Dylan Carlson, or for Travis Shaw. Dylan Carlson missing the baseball in right field, and a little words of encouragement from Harrison Bader as Omar Narvaez fouls the first pitch back from Flaherty. So Matt, is that the kind of conversations that would go on if you're out there? A little pick me up after that one?
Oh yeah, you're always constantly talking to your fellow outfielders and picking each other up and talking about what's going on, what you see, what the wind's doing, maybe what the shadows. Hey, if a ball comes in this area, I may need you to come over and get it if I lose sight of it. The sun is always a factor, and talking to each other. So constant communication.
That just missed to Narvaez. First at bat, back off the injured list. And the Brewers catcher's been strong at the plate so far this year. In his starts, he's hitting .385, 3 homers, and 11 RBIs. He's hit safely in 17 of his 19 starts so far this season. He dealt with a little hammy issue and takes a tight pitch. 2 balls in a strike.
So Dan, that strikeout gives him a chance to get out of this inning a lot easier, right? I mean, I feel like that when that strikeout right there gives him confidence that if he gets Narvaez to ground out or fly out, and then he's got a real good opportunity to get out of this inning with the pitcher coming up pretty soon to get out of this inning without any runs.
Boy, just what aces do. Talk about some big-time pitching. That at bat to Avisel Garcia, it was almost like Jack Flaherty took it up to another level. That cut fastball. You see that good hard slider right there to Narvaez. But that's what the good ones do. They get into a little bit of pressure and they're able to elevate the game. We've seen Flaherty's velocity 91, 92, and then he's reached back the last 2 hitters at 94, 95 whenever he needs it. So he's stepping it up a notch right here.
Full boat to Narvaez. Bradley Jr. on deck. Shaw doubled to lead off the bottom of the second for Milwaukee. Garcia struck out. And Narvaez filling up the count. Cardinals get a run in the first thanks to Nolan Arenado's RBI hit. Carpenter followed with a knock. Arenado was caught at home plate. Popped up. Arenado finds it. JP, how are the shadows and the sunshine out in Milwaukee this afternoon? Can you see okay?
Well, Scott, I really think that wind played a huge role on that ball by Shaw to right field. We're, of course, out here in the outfield, and the wind is at our backs. The wind is coming in. So I've often heard Dan Plesac talk about how Wrigley Field plays very differently. Well, when you've got panels open, roof open on a glorious day in Milwaukee, and the wind is in, pitcher friendly here so far.
Yeah, Dan, you know what it's like at Wrigley.
It's a beautiful thing being on the mound about 4:15, 4:30 in the afternoon. Very difficult to hit in that ballpark. Getting back, watch this last play by Nolan Arenado. Not only is he great around the back, but old school, the flip down shades. See, he still has the shades up. He picks up the ball. Then watch this. Old school flips down the pop down shades. Tailor-made way to do it, old school Nolan Arenado.
I like that. Off.
Yeah, they used to have
again.
those. They used to have those in the dugout for everybody, and then they've slowly disappeared to where everybody has their own Oakleys. But Nolan is still rocking it old school.
Hey, Matt, why are those slowly going extinct? It looks like they're quite practical.
Well, I think the Oakley generation and how good looking of sunglasses everybody makes now, it seems to be that everybody prefers the Oakleys, but Nolan likes the option to have your own eyes, and then if it gets in the sun, you have the chance to flip them down and use them. So it's like you said, it is very practical, but I think there's some fashion flair that's involved.
We saw Goldschmidt rocking the Nikes.
Jackie Bradley doesn't like this call right here. This ball is off the plate, a couple inches off the plate, and against a guy like Jack Flaherty, the last thing you want to do is be behind in the count 1-2. So many multiple weapons for Flaherty.
If Jack Flaherty's getting that pitch right there, it's going to be tough for these hitters today, because if he can locate that pitch, you're not going to hit that.
Jack's coming off 7 scoreless innings against the Rockies on Friday, and his first career home run in that one. Actually, the best ovation after the homer was from Wainwright. His natural reaction was great. Bradley Jr. to center. Bader glides over. And that's going to do it for the second. So Shaw with the leadoff double. He's stranded. Good work by Jack Flaherty. We'll get back to the St. Louis Cardinals in the third.
And Pilar yanks it down the left field line. Will it stay fair? It is hooking, and it is caught up against the wall. What a catch! What a catch! Justin Williams. And he smokes it. 1-0 Cardinals. Oh my! He almost broke the sign in left field. You can hear that up here.
This is going to go from questionable foul ball to souvenir. You're calling it. Yeah.
Arenado. Way back at the wall. My man called it. He called it, and we're tied. Nolan has tied it up 5-5.
Good time for a homer, huh?
Yep. Are you calling it?
I'd like to see it.
Well, everybody would like to see it. I want to know if you're calling it.
Okay, why not?
Goldschmidt with a home run. There it goes. Long one into left. 2-run homer. Goldie.
Who says it?
Here's a swing and a high fly ball hit to deep left field. Flaherty has just hit a home run. His first major league home run.
It's 1-0 Cardinals top 3. A unique viewing aspect of these games that we love. Don't forget to check out YouTube's live game commentary featuring MLB, the Cardinals, the Brewers, and a select group of YouTube creators. You can view the live game commentary on your computer, your mobile device, smart TV. We're keeping an eye on the discussion throughout the broadcast. We'll take some of those questions. Actually, a call out to all of our creators right now. Questions for Brandon Woodruff. He's going to join us after this half inning. We'll mix some in during our interview. And also, the unique polling that we have live on YouTube. We have our first question out there right now. You can check those out throughout the game. Please participate, and we'll get the answers from Dan and Matt as well as we continue along. We have a few good ones coming up today. First one on the board was which NL starter not named Jacob deGrom has the best Cy Young chance. Those results coming soon. It's Tommy Edman to lead off the third inning. Edman, Carlson, Goldschmidt. Edman scoring the only run of this game so far. That was actually the first run of this series for St. Louis before the 8th inning. Corbin Burnes coming off a 3-strikeout second, 4 total in the game.
Corbin Burnes, he's the cutter machine, and this is his bread and butter. It's amazing the transformation he's made. This is 97 miles an hour, so it's not like it's an 88, 89 mile an hour cutter. As Matt Holliday touched on, it's kind of a one-trick pony like Mariano Rivera, but he throws it on both sides of the plate, and he throws it with incredible velocity, and that's one of the reasons why he's so difficult to center and hit.
A ball and 2 strikes to Edman. That's nasty.
Well, then he does this, then he takes him a little bit off, and he has this. It's almost a slurve, not really a true slider, because it would be hard on that. It was 83 miles an hour. So it gets you looking hard on that cutter down and in, and he follows it up. You see the hand up on top. That's almost that curveball grip. This is a nasty pitch right here to Tommy Edman. So a lot of different weapons for Corbin Burnes.
The second time through the order, he went curveball, changeup, curveball to Tommy Edman after he hit his cutter into right field for a base hit to get the first inning rally going. So second time through the order, it looks like he's going to use more off-speed pitches.
And he's going after another record. Let's bring it back. Most strikeouts between walks. Garrett Cole this year. That's an active streak. And Kurt Schilling back in 2002. Burnes 2 away from matching Cole, who just pitched last night, a gem against the Tampa Bay Rays.
How about that? 12 strikeouts, no walks, 8 innings. All of a sudden things were really rocky in the Bronx. Everybody was wondering what's going on with the Red Sox. Are they going to win the division? The Yankees are struggling. All of a sudden the pitching has stepped up. Taijuan Walker was really good in his last one. Corey Kluber's been throwing the ball great. Jordan Montgomery. Giancarlo Stanton white hot right now. All of a sudden the Yankees are hitting, they're pitching, and the noise is a little bit quiet in the Bronx now. Not as loud as it was a week to 10 days ago.
A former team of Matt Holliday's. Yeah, I mean, the freak out factor in New York sometimes can be high after a short period of time, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you just look at their roster and the talent that's on the roster, eventually, you know, if you don't overreact, especially in what we have as a full-term long season, you know, I think last year you could overreact because it was such a short season, but I think when you look at 162, you're talking about too much talent to stay down too long.
There you see Brandon Woodruff joining us after this top 3 comes to a close.
Well, it's a streak in the end right here. He's behind 3 balls and 1 strike. That was a pretty good pitch. I think Corbin Burnes wanted that last one.
Carlson swings right through.
That just goes to show you how good that cutter is. You're sitting on it 3 balls and 1 strike, and you get it, and you pretty much get it middle and still miss it.
Well, that's part of the reason he's got this streak is he's got that pitch. He can just throw that pitch pretty much down the middle, and guys have a hard time hitting. He's not afraid to challenge the middle of the plate.
And Matt, that's what Kenley Jansen did, especially in his prime. Burnes breaks the strikeout record without a walk to start the season. Kenley had it back in 2014, and we're again talking about that money pitch in the cutter.
Yeah, I mean, again, you can just aim for the middle. It's not one of these guys where he has to pick around the zone or he has to try to be too fine. When he gets behind in the count, he can rear back and throw that cutter and just aim for the middle, which a lot of guys can't get away with.
And that's Daniel Vogelbach.
Fair ball.
On a fair ball.
It's a fair ball.
Dylan Carlson said it hit his foot. He's going to hang around and see if that. Can you review that?
Nobody knows better than the hitter if it hits your foot. There's not very good, typically not very good hitters. And if you don't run, it typically does hit your foot. You don't stand in the box if it doesn't hit you.
Yeah, there's no question. That was right off the top of the toe.
Got him on the foot.
It was.
Yeah. Right toe, yep.
Vogelbach.
Definitely hit his foot.
Yeah, collected the ball as if it was foul, but makes the throw over to Burns. So 2 outs at the moment.
Is he allowed to take his shoe off and show him his toe? Uh-oh.
Carlson's going to continue this at bat.
Is this reviewable or is this not a reviewable play?
Checking on if it's reviewable for you, Matt. Craig Counsell still getting another word here in. Well, we reviewed it, Matt. And it looks like
yes, we did. We got it
continue.
right. Yeah. We got it right. Like I said, hitters are not very good actors. You can very much tell what happened by the reaction of the hitter.
At bat continues after the foul ball.
This place might go nuts if the walk record gets broke right here.
And no more Craig Counsell for the rest of the game as you saw him head to the tunnel. Ejected from the contest here in the third. Carlson sends one to left. Bradley Jr. racing over to the line, adjusts on the move and makes the catch. Had to redirect his route to retire Carlson 2 away.
I think Craig Counsell's going to go for the runway and say, well, you know what? He was arguing for naught. You could clearly see this hits right off of the top of the right foot of Dylan Carlson. Pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Even Daniel Vogelbach kind of gave up on the play and was like, hey, maybe we got a free out here.
You know, it's interesting when John Paul was talking about the wind, it looked like it played Jackie Bradley pretty much had a hard time with that ball down the left field line. He almost overran it. It looks like the wind is a real factor out in the outfield.
And Bradley Jr., Gold Glover in center field 1 year with Boston. Goldschmidt takes the pitch down the pipe.
That's basically what has made Burns so effective. We've seen that cutter 96, 97. Takes a little bit off. That's almost the slider at 86 miles an hour. So we've seen the cutter, the slider, and we've also seen the curveball. So he's just not a one-trick guy.
Goldschmidt lines that one up and sends it to Bradley Jr. in left. A 2-out base runner for St. Louis. Back to Craig Counsell being tossed from this game. There it is. You see, all the way sneaking in on the right side of your view. Pat Murphy's going to take over, the bench coach who has done some head coaching in his days and a little bit of interim managing back with the San Diego Padres. Go ahead, Matt.
It looked like it took Craig a while to say the magic word, but he finally got there and said Jim Reynolds had had enough, and now he'll stand slightly off probably off the dugout where nobody can see him and help manage the rest of the game. But maybe he'll turn it right over to Pat and just kind of let him go with it.
Pat was a great head coach at Notre Dame and Arizona State. For Counsell, by the way, first time he was ejected from a game this season and the 19th time in his career.
You can kind of see the game plan for Nolan Arenado. Try to jump an ambush early. Had a base hit in the first at bat to drive in that run, and he's up there swinging.
You can definitely tell that he's changing speeds more this second time through. He's mixed in the curveball and the slider a little bit more, and maybe the two-seamer a little bit.
Lazy fly ball. Who wants it? Urias finds it in the sun. And that sits down the St. Louis Cardinals in the top half of the third. Cardinals have a run on the board so far today against Corbin Burns. Back to Jack Flaherty in the bottom of the inning.
Kane back in there. Last appeared in the contest on the 13th of April. Swinging a high drive, center field. Wow, welcome back, Lorenzo Kane.
That's a return. There's a base hit back up the middle. And Duvall around third on his way to the plate. Kane's throw is close. And Nottingham saying he got him. He is out. All right,
There you go. Wow. Hoskins sends one in the air. Right side, foul territory, and Tyrone Taylor with a sliding catch for out number 1.
1-0 pitch to Hauser, and Hauser sends this one in the air, deep right field. Racing back is Cooper at the track. He has done it again! Adrian Hauser goes deep! Off of Castano again!
Adrian Hauser, lightning strikes twice against Castano. See how sharp Hader will be after sitting for a week. Lets it fly, and a swing and a miss, and there you go.
And there's strikeout number 400.
Fastest in Major League history, Josh Hader.
Brewers half of the third, trailing 1-0 here in Milwaukee. Jack Flaherty getting ready to go against 8-9-1 for Milwaukee, which includes Corbin Burnes. He's on deck. And let's pay off the first poll on YouTube. Which NL starter not named DeGrom has the best Cy Young chance? Burnes takes the pie. 36% as he beats Jack Flaherty's 29 mark. Trevor Bauer at 23, and Max Scherzer checks in with 12% of the vote. We'll see that Flaherty versus Burnes matchup coming up. First, it's Luis Urias. And now time for our State Farm dugout interview as we welcome in our next guest. All-star Brandon Woodruff joining us, coming off a gem yesterday. 7 2/3, 1 run, 10 strikeouts. Woody, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. It's good to finally see some warmer weather and the roof open and sun shining, and you know, this weekend we're getting to 50% in the capacity, so everything's good.
We're loving it. Hey, you want to help us out? We didn't include you because we knew we were going to have you on here for the poll question. You're obviously off to a standout start, but who's your vote out of the 4 players that I mentioned for the early Cy Young candidate aside from Jacob deGrom?
Okay, that's pretty easy for me. It's the guy on deck right here, and he can also hit too. So, you know, and Hauser as well, man. He's been putting on the show. Me and Freddie we're trying to pick up the slack, but I tell you what, these guys are on the mound are good. But I'm gonna have to definitely go with Corbin. Oh boy.
Urias with a knock to start off the Brewers portion of the third inning, and Burnes coming up.
You know Woody, you take a lot of pride in the National League in hitting. Adrian Hauser hit a big bomb the other day. How much time do you spend on that in spring training working on your craft in the batter's box?
I tell you what, this year was a little bit different. Just in terms of, you know, we were still trying to wait out and see what was going to happen with the DH and stuff like that. So I think normally we get started a little bit earlier, but honestly, it mostly comes down to, you know, most of the time we're doing what Corbin's about to try to do right here is get a bunt down and try to put a runner in scoring position.
He does get the bunt down.
Nice.
There it is. Sacrifice, move Urias over to second. So 1 in scoring position with 1 out, and back to the top of the order in Colton Wong.
Hey, Brandon, when you watch a guy like Corbin Burnes, he's incorporated that cutter. Is it a pitch that you've tinkered around with at all because you see the success that he's had with it?
You know what? I've done a couple different things. Breaking ball, the 2 different breaking balls for me right now have been something I've been trying to do. I go back to AA in 2016, and I feel like last year I started to have a little success with it in the shortened season, and then this offseason really, you know, hammered those 2 out. I feel like I've always been able to throw the 2 different fastballs, 4-seam, 2-seam, and changeup, but the breaking balls have really come around for me last year and this year. So, but there are times where I do get on the side of the 4-seam a little bit and it does cut, but I've never intentionally tried to do it. But just seeing how You know, Corbin's ball plays so well, and he throws it extremely hard. So, and it has a ton of movement. But I just think it's one of those things where his hand is consistently gets in a good spot at release point, and that's something that I don't do as well. So I try to stick to what I know what works for me, and you know, go with that. But Corbin has worked really, really hard on perfecting that pitch and complementing it, and I mean, you see the results. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, he is so fun to watch on the mound. Gets the job done with the sac bunt as well. And our YouTube creators have questions for you, Brandon. You know where we're going. They can't resist. So I'll do a 2-for-1 here.
Okay.
Here's one from Giraffe Neck Mark. I'm going to give you 2 in a row because they're relevant for each other.
Okay.
Mark asks, being a pitcher that is such a good hitter, are you excited to be able to hit again this year? And then Cowboy Jeff adds on, how did it feel to homer off Kershaw? I feel like I ask you this every year, but is this your dig me video before you hit?
That's fine. That's fine. I tell you, it's I love it. Personally, I love it. It's really cool. You get some moments that you just don't get with the DH, and I understand. I see what people say about the DH, but that's what makes the National League, and a lot more strategy goes on with it. And man, you just see like Hauser hit. I mean, he hit a opposite field bomb in Marlins Park, and even for a hitter, that doesn't really happen. So he's got big pop. I think I love it. I love getting in there and getting to see these, you know, frontline guys and just really see how difficult it is, and it's just fun to be able to try to help your cause, and it keeps you in the game a little bit longer if you can handle the bat a little bit. So, but you know, in the home run, you know, a few years ago, it definitely changed the way pitchers pitch me now. I try to tell people I'm not that great of a hitter. I look hitterish in the box, but when they're throwing the breaking stuff, man, and these balls are coming in at, you know, mid-90s, that stuff's hard to hit. So, and you just understand on the other side of it, when you're on the mound, it's just, you just need to get up there and attack and, you know, make these guys beat you. So, definitely a cool moment for me, and that's something I'll always, you know, have.
Hey, what was going through your mind as you were rounding the bases off of Kershaw? You get to second, you're rounding third. Do you even know a handshake going to the third base coach? What's going through your mind?
When I touch first base, I don't remember, and this is the honest truth. I really don't remember too much. I remember I touched the first base, showed some emotion there, looking back in the dugout, and then after that, I don't remember too much running around the bases. I remember coming back in and everybody just kind of, you know, jumping on top of me, mobbing me, hit me in the helmet, and then very, very quickly after that, I'll never forget it. Curtis Granderson comes up to me. And thank goodness there was no outs, and he goes, "Hey man," he's like, "I know it's a huge moment, but you got to go in here and settle down. You got to go pitch again." So thank goodness for Curtis to do that, because I don't think I could have got that heart rate slowed down if he wouldn't have you know, come up and told me that. But I don't remember too much about running around the bases. I have to, you know, I've seen the video plenty of times, and I remember almost taking Lorenzo's arm completely off, and we joke about it still. We'll watch it, and I mean, I almost snap his arm in half, giving him a high five, and he kind of looks back at me like, man, I almost took him out. So you got to be careful with that next time.
Hey Brandon, when you talking about the early season offensive struggles that your team has had, do you guys as a staff kind of say, hey, you know, we got to take it upon ourselves to go out and pitch really well, give our team a chance to win, because the offense has had a bit of a hard time getting it going?
You know, I don't think we really look at it that way. I think we just everybody tries to prepare and do their job in between each start, and then when it's your start day, you just go out, compete, and leave it on the field. So I think we just try to handle it that way, and just knowing that we've got a really good team and the offense will come around.
Brandon, this was fun. Thanks so much for hanging with us, all right?
Yep.
Keep swinging the
Thank
Woody.
you, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
That's Brandon Woodruff on a global stage on YouTube. It's 1-0 Cardinals after 3. Flaherty looking strong.
Fred Bird doing a little fishing today in Big Mac land.
Has he forgotten all of his animal instincts? Well, that's not how he's supposed to catch a fish.
Point. That's a good point.
Did I tell you about the gift that Fred Bird gave me a couple of years back?
No, you didn't tell me.
Well, he sewed me. Well, this reminded me. He sewed me a nice sweater.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's beautiful. Got little Fred Birds on. You know, like the Christmas ones that have reindeer all over?
Mm-hmm.
It's like that, but with Fred Birds.
What will Fred Bird do today? Well, he is vacuuming the cardboard cutouts. He figured, I guess I got to get my chores done. Last night it was the ironing board, and tonight Fred Bird is bird watching.
He's a birder. Who'd have thought it?
He's got something new for us every game, and tonight apparently he is back to school, and it looks like he is virtually learning. And yes, that is Fred Bird, and yes, I do believe that is
Tiger King.
Tiger King.
Very appropriate.
Fred Bird exotic. That may be his best one yet.
I think so.
We've reached the 4th inning. Carpenter, O'Neill, and Bader coming up for the Cardinals as we check out some standout dudes in Major League Baseball. Look at the flow from some of these superstars, which brings us, Jazz Chisholm. He's added some red streaks to that blue action. And Yuli Gurriel, I mean, there is so much action going on up there. Josh Hader with the long locks. Corbin Burns has that flow going too as he's back on the mound today for the first time in a couple weeks. Who has the most unique hairstyle in baseball right now? Stay on the board here with us. Chisholm, who we just showed you, Gurriel, we showed you Tatis Jr., and John Gant recently rocking the cornrows too. So some really unique hairstyles, Dan, and I'll let you go first.
I'm going to go with Yuli Gurriel. Every time that helmet comes off, I kind of look at that and go, wow, you know, it's very creative, and it takes I guess you have to really be confident in yourself to go ahead and keep that look and make that look your brand.
It's
right?
like a tower. It just keeps growing on top.
Yes, it's like the gift that just keeps on giving, right?
Little chia pet action. Matt, your selection?
I'll go with Jazz Chisholm. I don't know that I could pull off the blue, and you said there's more colors added to it. He pulls it off pretty well. He's got what the kids call a lot of swag going. You know, so I'll go with Jazz and his multicolored, you know, whatever that style is.
It's a great call. I love it. John Gant really going out there too. I know Cardinals fans are digging it. We saw him work yesterday. Here's the 1-1 to Carpenter. It sails away. All right, one more helper. Wisconsin knows this guy well.
Hey, happy days, right? To Fonz.
He's like, why didn't you put me on the pull? Home of the happy days. Brandon Woodruff talking to us earlier about some sunshine today in Milwaukee. Corbin Burns moving the count to 2-2. There's Gant. Oh, he got rid of the cornrows, at least for now.
I mean, that's just so flexible. He can do so many things with that kind of nice hair.
It's just like the way that he works on the mound. He's versatile. He can start, can pick things up in the middle innings, long relief, high leverage. He's there. And Burns spots that one beautifully for the strikeout, his 6th of the day.
He just moves the ball in and out, and that one's 89 miles an hour. We've seen that cutter anywhere from 89 to 97, 98. Kind of misses the target. Narvaez is sitting away. That's the changeup grip. 89 mile an hour
it looks
changeup.
like he pulled his changeup. Yeah.
Was intended to be away, but
that's tough.
Right, that's that. Bring that. Greg Maddux brought that pitch into play. Started at the lefty's hip and bring it back in.
That's a tough, changeup right at you. That's a tough pitch, an accidental, very tough pitch.
Most powerful hitter of the series, Tyler O'Neill. Homer in Game 1 on Tuesday, and another one yesterday. 6 homers in 16 starts since coming back from the injured list, entering today.
You know, Tyler O'Neill is one of these guys that if he could just increase his swing and miss rate, you know, and make a little bit more contact, I think he has the power potential and the speed and the ability to be an elite offensive player. He's just a little bit too much swing and miss for me right now.
He crushes the baseball when he connects. Looking more locked in since his return from the IL. Was dealing with a groin injury. But elite runner, strong guy. Gold Glover last year in left field.
You almost feel as if you're a hitter, you get a count leverage there, 2 balls and 1 strike. If you're O'Neill, you put yourself in a tough spot right now, 2-2. We've seen Burns able to throw the curveball for a strike on a strikeout. We've seen the slider and that cutter. You just know that something's breaking away from you.
It's a video game. Which button are you pressing here?
This is a tough spot.
Well, one of the things with Corbin Burns, that's his 55th strikeout of the year with no walks. There it is. That's the curveball. So we've seen a lot of cutters this afternoon, an occasional slider, and he just seems like he's pulling the string at the right time. Shadows are starting to creep in a little bit now. You can see it almost into that left-handed batter's box. So it's going to get a little bit more difficult for both of these teams to try to put something together. We've seen this has lived up to the billing so far. Jack Flaherty has been terrific. Pitched out of trouble a couple of occasions. Corbin Burns gave up a run in the first inning, but he's been rock solid ever since.
56 strikeouts without a walk, matching the current record held by Garrett Cole and Kurt Schilling. That's an easy 1-2-3 in the 4th to sit down the side in order. As we head to break, we take a closer look at Jack Flaherty in this MLB PA Infield Chatter feature. Watch this.
I don't think about where I'd be without her. I just think about how thankful I am to be in the situation I am because of her. How do you feel about me being home right now? Well, she means everything to me. She's Superwoman, Wonder Woman, whatever you want to call her.
When Jack Flaherty was 3 weeks old, he was adopted by a single mom who became the single biggest influence for Jack and his brother. Eileen Flaherty's life lessons continue to shape Jack today.
There's a couple things. To be myself, to trust myself, and to always remember it's never about me. And that was the thing that just was within the house, you know.
We won't tell people that we don't have any trophies out at the house.
Where is it located right now?
It's in the attic.
At home, he's just Jack because that's how Eileen raised him.
I go over to their house on Wednesdays and I do yoga. And, you know, but I'm done with yoga, that's trash day.
When he's at work, Flaherty is all business. When he's not, he's often quietly giving back in St. Louis, always preferring no one knows about it.
She did the best that she could, and I think she did a pretty damn good job. And yeah, she's just done a lot. She's been everything.
We're in the home 4th, Cardinals up a run, and each week this season we will focus on a YouTube content creator featured in our live game commentary section. Today our creator spotlight shines on Finn McConnell. On Finn's channel you can see and hear him provide live commentary on a variety of sports video games such as MLB The Show, Madden, and much more. The name is The Finn. FTW for the win. The Finn for the win, 129,000 subscribers. His videos have over 35 million views, and every day, just about, he uploads a video, 1 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock Eastern. Does a lot of talking to himself to entertain the crowd and the people. And the Finn FTW, say hello to us in the live chat and welcome aboard today. Thanks for watching with us, and thanks to all the creators for hanging for a pitching duel, as expected, between Jack Flaherty and Corbin Burns. Okay, so as Daniel Vogelbach steps in for his second at-bat of the day, what kind of adjustments, Matt, can the Brewers make second time around here against the Cardinals ace?
Well, it looks to me like he's working out down and away corner like we talked about. They're going to have to use the whole field to try to make anything happen. And like Dan said, the shadows are going to get worse as the game gets going. And you're going to start talking about being tough to pick up spin. I think you'll see pitchers start to throw more breaking balls as that shadow starts creeping closer and closer to the pitcher. And these bullpens, both bullpens have, you know, nasty stuff waiting for these hitters. So I think it's going to get harder as the game goes on to score something off these guys.
And one note, Josh Hader not available today. He's pitched in 4 of the last 5 days for Milwaukee, including back-to-back outings. They made him work yesterday to pick up the save for Milwaukee.
Well, that's one of the things that Craig Counsell, the Brewers, have had the last couple of seasons. Depth in the bullpen. Devin Williams last year was the most devastating reliever in the game. How about Daniel Vogelbach?
Yanks that one foul.
A lot of different options, and Craig Counsell came out a couple of years ago talking about his bullpen guys, that he had a collection of outgetters, and it's a collection of guys that are ready to go from the 6th inning on. And there you're taking a look at Josh Hader, has been just terrific since he's put on a Brewers uniform. Kind of a hard guy to pick up. Good upper mid-90s fastball. He's incorporated the slider a little bit more into his repertoire, and was able to fight through that game last night. So one of the things the Brewers feel like, if they have the lead going into the 6th and 7th inning, they feel pretty good about it.
Ball 4. A free pass for Vogelbach to start off the Brewers 4th. And let's bring in JP at the ballpark, as JP, the ballpark is going to get louder as we continue along over the next few weeks.
And Scott, I love it. I remember coming here last year for an MLB Game of the Week on YouTube, but I had none of my friends here, no fans. But now 50% crowd this weekend will be available. And then the Brewers announced today, Scott, 100% on June the 25th. One of the very best atmospheres in all of baseball, and a city that loves their Brewers so much, Scott. It's just so great to hear the story here and all around the major leagues. More and more fans safely in the ballpark.
That's great news. We love to hear it, and we know capacity has been increasing over in St. Louis as well. Here's Travis Shaw, who doubled in the 2nd off of Flaherty.
I'm sure the players are thrilled that the fans are starting to come back. They're going to start to play in front of bigger and bigger crowds, and I just can't imagine last year. I don't know about you, Dan, but I relied heavily on the crowds, especially as you get later in the season, to kind of give you that extra adrenaline on those days when you feel a little fatigued.
And I think, man, especially markets like St. Louis and New York, especially you having played for both teams, there's a buzz. There's just something at Yankee Stadium that just uplifting. You go to a game there and that place is rocking and rolling. The days that you're tired, that kind of momentum just kind of gets you going. And I think a lot of players miss that. I thought one thing last year, you had to really be a self-starter. You had to be able to motivate yourself, and I couldn't imagine that grind of being an everyday player, day game after a night game, not having that energize, that fan and the music and everything to get you fired up. So I think the players are loving this right now, that they're starting to get more and more fans back into these ballparks.
I think even me as a spectator watching it on TV, it almost felt like you were watching a spring training scrimmage when last year, when you tune into a game and there was nobody sitting behind home plate, and the foul balls you'd see, and there'd be tarps, and you'd see, nobody sitting there and the ball just kind of laying there. It's just a much better visual watch, I think, on TV as well.
It feels so much more normal this year as Shaw sends one to center. Racing in is Bader, and he's called off, and the catch is made there in shallow center field by Tommy Edman. Nice play to run that one down for out number 1.
Travis Shaw had visions of going 2 for 2 on a couple of soft hit balls, yet that fly ball that was lost in this one here. This is a terrific play. Not an easy play going out by Tommy Edman there. Harrison Bader sliding in. Luckily they avoid a collision. Heads up play.
Yeah, that's what they teach. The outfielder goes low and the infielder goes high, so that you don't run head to head into each other and there's no serious injuries. So you hope that he slides there, and if at worst case kind of takes his legs out, but nobody gets hurt. So good play by Bader to kind of go low, and a good catch by Edman. As we talk about, he's very versatile in where you can play him.
Edman making his first start at shortstop this season. That's driven to deep center. Bader's got it this time. for a long, loud fly ball out, number 2 off the bat of Avisail Garcia.
I think the wind is a real factor today, guys. I mean, these are balls that I think in playing there that these are typical home runs, and even the reaction of the hitters, it looks like they feel like they got these pretty good and in a very offensive ballpark most of the time. It looks like the wind really is kind of blowing in and keeping some of these balls in the ballpark.
It's about 10 miles an hour, a little left to right action going on. Hey, Matt, I know it's probably annoying for you and for your fellow outfielders, but for us, it's a fun watch to see the routes circling around, and every fly ball is a little entertaining, a little more entertaining as we roll it back to Bader's adventure in center.
Well, like you said, it looked like, you know, he thought that they had a chance to get out, but you know, it's a good 10 feet short, and you know, right there it looked like maybe he just missed it, a little frustrated that he caught it off the end a little bit. But I've seen this park play really small, and when the roof's closed and the panels are closed, it's very hitter friendly.
There's your wind in Milwaukee today. Shadows working for Flaherty. Just missed down. It's the spray chart for Omar Narvaez. Last 100 batted balls, 200 feet or less. Of course, mostly going to pull that baseball. A down 2020 at the plate after a strong 2019, and the hitting prowess is back. 4-pitch walk, 2 on and 2 outs here in the 4th.
Looks like Jack lost his concentration a little bit right there. A 4-pitch walk for a guy with his command is pretty uncommon, so he'll have to dial it back in. But as you continue to see the shadow, it keeps moving closer and closer to the pitcher, which makes it more and more difficult for these hitters to pick up spin.
And a chat on the mound as Jackie Bradley Jr. will crawl in with 2 on. Bogle back at second. Narvaez on first. 2 walks for Flaherty in this 4th.
I think the Brewers felt very fortunate this offseason. The free agent market was slow, and a guy like Jackie Bradley Jr. kind of fell right into the Brewers' wheelhouse. I know a lot of people around Milwaukee were wondering where he was going to play with Christian Yelich on the injured list, heading out for an assignment in the minor leagues this weekend. It's a little bit of a crowded outfield with Lorenzo Cain, Avisail Garcia. That things have a funny way of working out. He's a winning player, and Craig Counsell told us before the game one of the reasons why they think their offense run production is better than it's been since he's been managing a good defensive ball club. They struggled to hit, but there are a lot of teams that have scuffled offensively this year, but the Brewers, their starting pitching has been good. The back end of the bullpen rock solid, and eventually Jackie Bradley coming into play hitting 171. He's eventually going to hit for the Brewers when he gets a little bit more consistent playing time than some ABs.
You know, it makes you wonder when Yelich comes back healthy, what they're going to do with those 4 guys. If potentially one of them could slide over to get some at bats at first base. Even at looking at a guy like Yelich, if he's having back problems, if you could take some of the stress off of him by teaching him to play first and trying to get all 4 of these guys in the lineup when he gets back healthy.
Bradley Jr. watches ball 2. It's interesting to see the transition for the Brewers with an emphasis on defense. I mean, Mike Moustakas played some second base for this team. Now they have best defensive second baseman in the game in Colton Wong. That's fouled back by Bradley Jr. 4 highest paid players on the team are all outfielders as well. Hey, it makes sense. It's a fly ball world these days, and they have guys that know how to run it down.
Yeah, there's been a lot of things that have been positive so far for the start for the Brewers. One thing on the negative, Keston Hiura, who made the position change when they signed Colton Wong to first base. They were hoping this was a guy, former first-round draft pick out of Cal Berkeley, bat the ball skills off the charts, and he's hit at every stop. Off to a slow start. He's in the minor leagues right now, but I think long term they're hoping that Keston Hiura, that bat comes back into play, and I think you'll be seeing him playing majority of the first base post All-Star break if he can get things turned around.
You know, it's been a surprise to me to see Keston Hiura struggle with the bat. My initial in watching him swing the bat, he's got a really good swing, sneaky pop for a smaller statured guy. He can hit the ball out to right center. So I've been a little surprised with the fact that he had to go back down to the minor leagues to try to get things tightened up. I really see kind of a future big-time hitter in what he does at the plate.
I know one thing, AAA Nashville this weekend is going to be hopping. Christian Yelich and Keston Hiura in the lineup. And that's fun for the Sound fans. Flaherty to Bradley Jr. up the middle, and they have a man there. It's Edman. Easy does it with the toss over to first, and that's going to retire the side. Still just one on the board. It's St. Louis in the first, scoring to make it 1-0. We're completed through 4.
Welcome to Busch Stadium, a park not designed for the power-packed Milwaukee Brewers, but ideal for the St. Louis Cardinals. This marks the Cardinals' 13th World Series, in contrast to the Brewers, who in their 13-year history are here for the first time. And now for Game 1.
Simmons drives this one deep to right. It's gone. Home run, Ted Simmons, and he has returned to St. Louis with a vengeance.
And it's 6-0 Milwaukee on a bloop double by Robin Yount.
Caldwell into the windup and popped up in foul ground.
Cooper makes the play. That's the ball game. 10-0 Milwaukee over the St. Louis Cardinals. Beautiful Busch Stadium. Another capacity crowd here as we get ready for Game 2. Base hit.
Bases loaded, and the 3-0 pitch is 4-4.
As the Cardinals take the lead 5-4.
Suter out of the stretch, and a drive to straightaway center, and Willie McGee puts it away.
We head for Milwaukee. A game apiece.
Cardinals 1, Brewers nothing so far as we've reached the 5th, and new to the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube this year, the YouTube player of the game. Fans watching on mobile devices and computers, you can vote for which player will receive the trophy during the post-game show. So you're essentially also voting for our post-game interview conversation. Stay tuned. We'll have the player of the game polling options later in the show. Quite a few early candidates here. Of course, Nolan Arenado, who's knocked in the only run, and then both starting pitchers have been sensational. All right, let's pay off our next YouTube poll. Who has the most unique hairstyle in baseball right now? I know Matt went with Jazz Chisholm, and Dan, you went with Yuli Gurriel, but guess who wins? Fernando Tatis Jr. also can bring it. His hair game is strong.
Well, there's some strong hair
Dan, you
right
and I
there,
are both,
too.
We've lost both.
Yeah, that's right. Matt, we're missing the boat when it's coming to hairdos right now.
Yeah, well, I'm not much qualified to talk about it.
Couldn't convince the crowd. And there was John Gant. We showed you our other option with the long locks. It's Kisner, Flaherty, and Edman due up for St. Louis here in the 5th. So we'll start with Kisner. And I think Matt Holliday is one of the only humans on the planet that can call out Yadi Molina and say, hey, Yadi, it would have been cool if you played today for your boy, as Yadi takes a seat, which he doesn't do often, Matt.
Yeah, I think he got a tip that I was going to be doing this game, and decided that he'd rather listen in the clubhouse and really hear what I have to say than be out on the field. And so I really appreciate him, taking some time to sit in the clubhouse and really focus on what I'm saying and maybe pick up a few things, pick up a few tips here or there.
Well, Yadi, he's such a teacher. He's going to text you after the game and say, okay, I like your cadence in the 3rd inning. Okay. You don't shake Yadi either. As Kisner fouls that one back. A ball and 2 strikes. Corbin Burns continues to deal this afternoon. Scott Braun, Matt Holliday, Dan Plesac. Hello, Matt. You see me up there?
I see you guys. Here I am. Yep.
Matt's in
Here I am in Oklahoma.
That's
Wish
right.
I was there with you guys.
We miss you. Dan Plesac and myself stationed in New Jersey, and JP Morosi out at the ballpark. Baseball in 2021.
Boy, this matchup has been as advertised. Corbin Burns has yet still to walk a batter. 7 punch-outs on the day so far this day, and he's thrown the ball as well as he's thrown it all year. He's been about as good as it gets right now in baseball.
He's a tough at bat. I mean, as a right-hand hitter, when I'm watching this and the way he's able to throw the cutter away and then chase it with a slower slider and then mix in the breaking ball. And I haven't seen a ton of sinkers, which I was kind of interested to see how much he would use the ball running the other way. I think he got Goldschmidt his first at bat, running one in on his hands, but it'll be interesting to see as we go through the third time through coming up if he starts to make the ball move the other direction a little bit.
Good battle here for Kisner, and he loses out on it to Corbin Burns. Strikeout number 8 of the afternoon. We're only in the 5th.
Get a good look at it here. That's that offset fastball, 94 miles an hour with a cut action. What makes it so lethal, he throws it to both sides of the plate.
JP, what do you think of this Brewers pitching staff?
Scott, it's a huge reason why the Brewers have made the postseason in 3 consecutive years, the first time ever for the franchise. And would you believe that one of the most important places for their development is the pitching lab at their spring training home in Arizona? The research and development department for the Brewers has been key in integrating the analytics with the feel of pitching. Chris Hook, their pitching coach here, one of the best in the game. Corbin Burns, Brandon Woodruff, Devin Williams with that dynamic changeup. All of them can trace some of the key adjustments they have made to their pitching lab in Phoenix, and Scott, the Rapsodo technology that they have at every single minor league affiliate and here at American Family Field as well.
They've done such an incredible job with their pitching staff, and we've seen some of their young arms really develop into stars, like the man that we're watching this afternoon, who currently holds the record for most strikeouts between walks. But it's an active race because Garrett Cole has a number at 56 in a row. He pitched yesterday, so Burns passes him for now, then Cole might top him later this week. And he puts away Flaherty.
Here comes a tie. Yeah, Jack Flaherty, that's not a good matchup for him. This is not a good matchup for a pitcher hitting.
Almost the identical pitch that he struck Kinsler out on, that hard cutter down and away. He's thrown enough pitches in the middle and the outer part of the strike zone that you just can't go up there looking in one particular area. Tommy Edmonds struck him out the last time, but in that at bat, he's not afraid to start that backdoor slider, start that hard cutter, and bring it off the plate back around the outside corner. So he's thrown this cutter to both sides of the plate. That's what makes it nearly impossible to hit. There's the backdoor action on the slider.
Yeah. You know, Dan, it's interesting. He works off the first base side of the rubber. For him to be able to make that cutter go back door to lefties or front door to righties from that side of the rubber is pretty uncommon. I mean, you could talk about that a little bit about where you place your foot on the rubber, but that's pretty amazing that he can make that cutter work on the third base side of the plate.
You know, when you talked to Brandon Woodruff, he was saying just how he's able to get his hand in the right placement, and I think that's a lot of what it has to do with, Matt. It's an uncomfortable angle. You see where he's standing more towards the first base side, and you almost have to cut that thing on the outside part of the plate to get it there. But he's found the groove, and pitching is so much touch and feel, and right now he's really in that lockdown mode. He's run a couple of 3-ball counts so far this afternoon, but he's been at will, been able to throw that cutter, particularly down and into lefties when he's needed to get a strike. That's pretty much been his saving spot.
Be interesting to see 3-1 count right here, how aggressive Edman is. If he's aggressive, knowing that he's going to be aiming for the middle and try to maybe jump ship. You know, if you get that cutter coming into a lefty, get the bat head out, he has a chance with his kind of power to look to maybe do some damage right here.
Edman started the first with a single. Only man to score today, and he's on board again. reaches for a second time, and the streak has come to a close. Corbin Burnes has finally issued a free pass for the first time this season.
That's pretty incredible.
Getting a standing ovation from the fans in Milwaukee, and what a terrific start to the year for Corbin Burnes. 3-1 pitch. That very easily could have been called a strike, too. The high strike has been really in play in baseball the last couple of seasons. Just curious right now how long the Brewers are going to go with him. He's missed almost 2 weeks of inactivity. So it'll be interesting to see. There's a lot more fish to fry. He's at 74 pitches. I'm not sure where they feel comfortable with, but this pitch is out of the zone, but awfully close.
Yeah, I mean, I think if it's obviously Tommy Edman's not the tallest guy. I think in a little bit taller of a player, it's a strike. But, you know, when you're dealing with a littler guy, that ball's definitely up. I think this is probably his last inning. Dan, I would say that, you know, they might give him a chance to get through this inning, but I would say this is probably it. So they're looking at 4 innings of relief.
Yeah, really the strength of this Brewers team has been the starting pitching has been so good. Freddie Peralta has been terrific. Brandon Woodruff, Adrian Hauser. It's really been a strong start to the year. And I think top to bottom, the Brewers feel like their starting pitching is as good as anybody in the National League, not including the Cardinals or anybody in the NL Central.
Yeah, it's hard to argue that for sure. They nasty starters. I mean, it's guys featuring some nasty stuff too. I mean, it's sustainable in my mind.
There's the Brewers rotation, ranked in Major League Baseball number 6 in ERA, 4th in K per 9, strikeout to walk ratio, thanks to guys like Burnes, Peralta, Woodruff. That one sails away. It's Dylan Carlson who's 0 for 2 so far. And remember, Tommy Edman also stole second base back in the first off of Narvaez.
I think this is a good opportunity to try to steal a base again. I would look for Tommy Edman to potentially look to get in scoring position right here and try to steal another base and help the Cardinals, you know, scratch off another win, or another run in a day where it's getting tougher and tougher to see, to try to get one more insurance run.
Well, he's going to keep him tight to the bag. What's unique about Burnes is that he had to miss these 2 weeks and couldn't make a rehab outing. Otherwise, they would have had to push him back even further. They wanted him back on a big league hill as soon as possible. So here he is with the runner going, and there's the throw. It's high, and another stolen bag for Tommy Edman, his 7th of the season and 3rd of the series.
Well, really, the stolen base has been a difference in the game. Tommy Edman's with the leadoff single to first, able to get into scoring position. Here's a big stolen bag, too, with 2 outs. Narvaez really no chance to throw him out. It's a big jump off of Corbin Burnes, and even if that throw was on the money, they had no chance of getting Tommy Edman there.
Good job of getting his hand back on the base. That's a big play, holding the tag on the runner these days, just trying to pop up and just barely coming off. A lot of runners have a hard time holding that base.
Carlson ships one to center. In comes Kane. He's got it. And Corbin Burnes does complete the 5th, but he finally walked someone. It was bound to happen eventually. What a day from both men on the mound.
County Stadium, Milwaukee, the scene for Game 3 of the 1982 World Series. In the 5th inning of this scoreless tie, hit high and deep to right field, and
it's gone. Home run, Willie McGee.
And the Cardinals jump in front 3-0. That's 2 for McGee, another homer.
The Cardinals have defeated Milwaukee.
We go to the bottom of the 7th inning, 5-1 St. Louis. Base hit, right field, 1 run is in, 2 runs are in, 5-4. Base hit, Brewers will take the lead.
And they are wild in Milwaukee. Curveball got him swinging.
A 7-5 final score, and all even at 2 games apiece. Here to Game 5. Molitor gets 1 out there. Double play. To right center, Charlie Moore. What an outstanding play.
Well hit, right field, home run. Left field, this could be it. The Milwaukee Brewers take a 1-game lead as we go back to St. Louis.
Welcome back to Milwaukee. There is no player more closely associated with the Brewers' recent renaissance than Christian Yelich. The back-to-back batting titles, the 2018 MVP, signed the mega extension last March, but then a difficult 2020 season and injuries this year. 2 different stints on the injured list with lower back issues. He has played in 1 Major League regular season game in the last month, Scott, but there's some optimism that as the fans return here to American Family Field, that their MVP, Christian Yelich, could be back on the active roster before the end of this month.
Yeah, JP, they miss him in so many ways, but the offense for Milwaukee is the one spot where they really have pinpointed a need, and Christian Yelich is one of the best in the business when he's healthy in that category. It's 8-9-1 coming up for Milwaukee. Urias swings out of his shoes against Flaherty on pitch number 70 of the day from the Cardinals starter, who is staked to a 1-0 lead.
You know, Greg Counsell told us this before the game, that Urias has been much easier. It's been easier for him to get the ball in the air, to hit for a little bit more power. They thought last year he was just kind of put the ball in play guy, but they really think eventually he's going to hit, and he's going to hit for a little bit of power.
He was trying to send a ball to St. Louis just now. And an off-speed pitch from Flaherty, another swing and a miss.
Right now, if you're a hitter, you're begging for about 15-20 more minutes of daytime, where that shade will be covering the mound and it won't be as difficult to hit. It's certainly a little bit easier now than it was about 15 or 20 minutes ago, when that shade was halfway, that shade line was halfway between the mound and home plate.
Got him. Inside corner paint. There's the call from Todd Tishner, and Urias is down on strikes.
Pretty good pitch right here. Fastball in after a series of stuff away, a couple of breaking balls. Locks Urias up on the inside corner.
Nice job by Kinsler there of kind of making that pitch look like it caught that inside corner. When you look at the box, it looks like it's off. I mean, that's a tough pitch as a right-hand hitter, when he's throwing so many kind of those cut fastballs away and the slider off of it. For him to be able to paint inside and get a couple inches off the inside corner, that's a tough at bat.
Now pinch hitter in Billy McKinney. 3 homers on the season. Had a big spring with the ball club to make the team.
Had a big catch too on a road trip in San Diego. If you're watching it all, would have been a bases clearing extra base hit down the line in San Diego in right field. Made a fully extended great catch.
Corbin Burnes officially done for the day. 5 innings on 78 pitches, 5 hits, a run, 9 strikeouts, 1 walk. And yeah, you notice the pitch count a little lower than anticipated, but he hasn't pitched in about 2 weeks.
You know, guys, going back to Christian Yelich, I just don't think you can understate how important he is to their offense and to this team, of having that MVP caliber player in the middle of your order that you can rely on to come up with those big hits. And then, you know, sometimes teams will pitch around him, but it also provides you base runners and opportunities to score. And it looks to me like, just watching the Brewers, scoring is going to be pretty difficult if those guys in the middle of the order don't get hot, and Lorenzo Cain and some of these veterans that they're paying to provide some offense get it going. So I just think that Yelich is such a huge part of getting this Brewers team into the postseason with the quality of pitching they have.
Christian with just 2 games played since the 11th of April. Yelich, a 2018 MVP, and then last year in a shortened season, he said it himself that he was all around terrible, biggest slugging percentage decline in the game. His on base plus slugging percentage dropped over 300 points. Again, though, small sample size, was trying to find himself timing wise. And that's shipped to center. It's going to fall for a base hit. Billy McKinney, a pinch hit single with one out in the 5th. Back to the top of the order for Milwaukee. Colton Wong is mic'd up today.
My whole process right now is looking away. I'm trying to hit him that way. You know, and if I see spin, maybe I'll clip him on in front. Oh, good pitch. Different speeds, different breaks. That fastball, man, it gets on you.
Yeah.
Because it starts slow and then it has like a little at the end.
Yeah, so when you're on your heels,
Oh, that's the good stuff, Matt. Colton Wong always talking baseball. He's a gamer and giving us some in-game analysis as that's pulled towards the right side. Cardinals going to try and turn 2, not just the 1, as the force out is at second to erase McKinney, and Wong replaces him at first.
You know, I think it just goes back to talking about Jack Flaherty, where you're talking about a guy that throws 50% four-seam fastballs, and his spin rate's not overly high for a major league average pitch, and how he's able to pitch with a 50% fastball rate, that there must be something else to it. And as he's talking about, it has just like that extra carry and a little bit of that extra zip to it that throws hitters off a little bit. So interesting to hear a guy who's facing him in real time talk about what maybe makes this this fastball so effective, and how he's getting guys out using, you know, one pitch for 50% of his pitches.
I think many kids watching at home worldwide on YouTube, Dan, are thinking, how do I do that? Can I give my fastball extra life like Jack?
No, I think it's a gift. It really is. And you'll hear, and Matt will touch on this too, there are some guys, Matt, that you probably have faced that have a heavy ball, a sinking fastball. It's hard if you don't have that. It's just a natural gift. And there are some pitchers that their ball has tremendous carry. When I watch Jack Flaherty, he reminds me of a guy with the Philadelphia Phillies and Zach Wheeler, who they pitch down in the zone. But the ball has that extra bit of life. It's 94, 95, but the hitters take swings at it like it's 97 to 100 miles an hour. And Jack Flaherty has that. And Colton Wong touched on that piece, that his ball just has that extra zip. It gets on you. I think part of it too, Matt, is he has a real smooth delivery that kind of lulls you to sleep, and then the ball, it just jumps on you at the end.
It looks like he gets really good extension, like through his fingers out in front, that maybe you know, adds a little bit of life to it. You know, really good reach. You know, he's a big, strong guy. It looks to me like it's good distance. He gets out there out front of the ball and kind of gets on you a little bit more than, you know, the guys that kind of retreat or maybe move off to the side of the mound on their finish.
Here's a good look what Matt was talking about, the extension. Watch the reach that he gets after he lets this ball go. You see the front foot down and his backhand almost coming across and hitting his left pocket. Full extension.
Oof. And Matt, just like Mike Schilt told us, that velocity's picking up.
That's a pretty nice weapon to have, Dan, when you can reach back and get your best fastball of the game at pitch 84. And I think that speaks to the conditioning and taking care of his body and just kind of the overall weight program and running program that Jack Flaherty does, to where, you know, you're still in the 80 pitches, and you're throwing your hardest pitches.
Now that was 97 miles an hour. Go back to the second inning. Travis Shaw started hitting with the leadoff double. And then Avisel Garcia, we saw the velo climbing. That last pitch was the fastest he's thrown all afternoon at 97. So it's in there. There's gas left in the tank. He's one of the best conditioned pitchers in all of baseball.
Batting average against the four-seam fastball, he's 4th best in baseball. We'll see what he dials up for Lorenzo Cain with Wong on first, and we'll do it again. 97.
Not how,
yeah, he's going to get it right here.
How comfortable he is throwing the breaking ball, but if you're Lorenzo Cain and you're selling out there on 97, Jack Flaherty can throw anything close to the strike zone with that hard breaking ball that we've seen. It'd be really tough for Lorenzo Cain to make contact.
Oh, come with. Shook to the fastball. Shook to the fastball. This will be interesting.
Challenged Cain again, and he fought it off.
You see the pitch usage, just what we touched on in the pregame show, 49%. Four-seam fastball. Look at that opponent's average. So it's easy to throw the number one when you see the results.
It's pretty amazing that he's a starter, that he can get away with, being primarily a two-pitch pitcher.
Yeah, 80% four-seamer slider. He's feeling the heat right now.
Dan, as he throws more and more stressful pitches here, does that make you, as a pitching coach, think about, hey, we better get somebody loose? He's throwing he's expending a lot of energy here in the fifth inning with 88 pitches, and he's having to use his fastball over and over here to get out of this inning.
Yeah, it does, Matt. His pitch count, he's about to throw his 89th pitch. This looks like it's going to be a slider down and away after about 4 fastballs in a row in the upper 90s.
There it is. It's right down Broadway. Different speeds, and Jack Flaherty gets the job done with the strikeout. 2 in this inning, 5 in the game, 5 scoreless. And now the big bats for St. Louis coming up in the 6th. Goldschmidt, Arenado, and Carpenter.
Busch Stadium in St. Louis, Game 6. The Milwaukee Brewers are just 1 game away from the championship.
McGee is on at first. Tommy Herr is a batter.
Driven to deep right field. Off the wall. McGee is around third. He's going to be safe.
Here is Darrell Porter.
1 ball, 1 strike. And a high drive, deep right. Home run. And the Cardinals celebrate a 4-0 lead.
St. Louis Cardinals are alive and well.
The World Series is tied at 3 games apiece.
They are ready here in St. Louis for Game 7.
Now it culminates into 1 game for baseball's championship.
We're in the bottom of the 6th inning of the final game of this 82 World Series.
And the bases are loaded for Keith Hernandez.
Hit to right center, base hit. The game is tied. Lined into right field. It's 4-3 St. Louis.
The whole city of St. Louis collectively holding its breath. 3-2 the count to Gorman Thomas.
And that's the winner! That's the winner! A World Series winner for the Cardinals!
Why does JD Martinez love bubblegum so much? And what is that watch on his wrist? Find out on the season premiere of Big League Lockers on YouTube.com/MLB. Milwaukee is the spot this afternoon if you're looking for good pitching. Corbin Burnes done for the day after 5 innings, and Drew Rasmussen's going to take over for Milwaukee. Cardinals have a run. It came back in the first. Their leadoff man, Tommy Edman, with a single. He eventually scored. That's the only run-scoring action that we've seen so far today. And here's Rasmussen getting ready to go to pitch the 6th.
Yeah, the right-hander on the year. You look at the ERA, just a little south of 5. He's going to probably be asked to go multiple innings. Last night, the Brewers won that one late last night that we touched on. Greg Counsell, that Josh Hader not available this afternoon. He had pitched 4 out of 5 days, so bullpen going to have to shake things up a little bit. Gets to blank 5 really good innings from Corbin Burnes after missing nearly 2 weeks.
Goldschmidt, Arenado, and Carpenter due up this inning for St. Louis. Rasmussen last pitched on Sunday at Miami. Picked up his first save of his professional career with an inning, a walk, and a strikeout.
You know, it's so exciting getting the starter out of there to have a guy come in throwing the high 90s with an 87-mile-an-hour slider. You know, it never ends nowadays. These guys come in throwing high-end stuff. So just because the starter's out of the game as a hitter, it doesn't mean the at-bats get any easier.
There's 96 up in the zone, and he's been on a roll lately, as you see Arenado waiting. Rasmussen's last 9 appearances, ERA is 0.79. A hit for Goldschmidt last time up in the 3rd. And he works the count full.
Pretty good take right there on a 2-2 slider that was down and away.
Great take.
Whew. Pitch for 4, that 98
great
miles
take right
an hour.
there. Great take right there. Now he set himself up to maybe get a fastball here in a 3-2 count and potentially do some damage.
Ball 4. Goldschmidt's going to lead off the inning with a walk to set up for Nolan Arenado, who pulled a base hit in the 1st inning that scored Tommy Edman. And this is the pull hitting damage, pull side 25 times out of these 39 hits this season. So 2nd most in baseball. That's just the good old-fashioned pull power, Matt.
Yeah, you know, he's got a very direct swing. So he's very direct to the ball. He's out in front. His barrel gets out in front of his body pretty easily. So I'd like to see a few more hits to the right side. I think he can do that. I think that's the best version of Nolan Arenado, is the one that's driving the ball to right center and then kind of pulling the off speed. But he's pulled the ball really well his whole career.
We saw him do the damage there in the 1st inning to drive home Edman, and he doesn't bite on that pitch from Rasmussen. A ball and a strike. I think now's the time too, Matt, to let us know about your relationship with Nolan. I was on radio this morning with Randy and Michelle on 101 in St. Louis, and they said, you got to ask Matt about how he was the biggest part of Nolan Arenado coming to St. Louis. Is that true?
I don't know if I was the biggest part. Nolan obviously and I are close, and we talked about playing in St. Louis and the potential of him getting traded there, and what that was like, and the excitement of being a St. Louis Cardinal, and everything that goes into playing for the Cardinals, and how much the city loves the team and loves its players, and just the kind of style of player he is. It just was a great fit. So I wouldn't take too much credit as he rips one into left right there, but it's he definitely had a lot of questions about being a St. Louis Cardinal, which I was happy to fill him in on.
And he does a little deja vu from the 1st inning. Same work again. Pulls a pitch, left side, 10th 2-hit game of the season. He's 2 for 3 today and moves Goldschmidt into scoring position.
Add this to the list of pull side base hits for Nolan Arenado. Matt, I have to ask you, when you were traded to the St. Louis Cardinals, was it a difficult transition after spending so many years with the Rockies?
Well, you know, I had to stop in between in Oakland, and anytime you get traded the first time, the transition from going to Colorado to Oakland was difficult, and first time you get traded is a little bit challenging, but getting a chance to go over to St. Louis and play in front of that crowd and the atmosphere, and I got traded over right before the trading deadline, and they were in first place or close to first place, and in the playoff hunt. So it was pretty awesome just to step right into a playoff race, and the excitement of playing for such a storied traditional powerhouse, and I loved every minute of playing for the Cardinals.
Goldschmidt and Arenado on the bases for Matt Carpenter, getting the start at second base today. Single in the 1st, strikeout in the 4th. Fouls that one off. Okay, Matt, I'm going to take you back to your debut in front of the crowd in St. Louis with the ovation. And hey, you loved the big moment.
Yeah, that takes me back. You know, that was pretty exciting times. You know, I started out in Philadelphia. I got traded on. They were on the road, but that was my first game at home and first at bat to hit a double, and it was a pretty incredible moment for me. One that I'll never forget, and you know, it brings back so many memories and just excitement of that moment for me. It feels like yesterday.
How about driving in Mark DeRosa for your first run batted hit for the Redbirds?
You know, that's not easy. You know, you got to hit it pretty far to drive in D-Row at that point. You know, you just no, D-Row's an incredible guy, awesome teammate, one of my favorite teammates, and does an incredible job on the network and talking baseball. And yeah, so we had a nice little run there as teammates, and like I said, hilarious. He's an incredible guy.
Mark DeRosa, star on MLB Network, a star quarterback in high school too, just like you, Matt. And Matt, your first 20 games with the Cardinals, 475, 22 runs driven in. I feel like that's pretty good.
Yeah, I got off to a really good start there, which was a lot of fun. I mean, I set the bar pretty high for myself for the next 8 years, but or 7 years. But I did. I traded right into a playoff race and was swinging the bat well when I got traded. So it was good timing for me going in there, and it was a fun team to play on. Got a chance to bat behind Albert Pujols. Immediately, I was put forth and immediately had tons of at-bats with runners in scoring position because they were not pitching to Albert. So I got a lot of at-bats with Albert getting the 4 balls right in front of me.
What makes it so special playing there, Matt? Is it the St. Louis area? Is it the connection between the fans and the players?
I think it's all those things. I think it's very important to Cardinal fans. The whole I think the region loves Cardinal baseball, and I think the history of the organization also plays into it, and all the great players and Hall of Famers and all the work they do in the community and giving back to the city of St. Louis. It's just a really cool place to play and a lot of fun.
Wong bobbled it, so just the out at first. 2 down in the inning. Could have been a double play ball for Milwaukee to get out of this jam for Rasmussen. Goldschmidt is going to move to third, and Arenado's at second after the ground ball out off the bat of Tyler O'Neill.
You know, it would have been a tough double play. Right. I don't think you're turning a double play on O'Neill. I don't think you're getting him. So I think that turned out, you know, and now they have 2 runners in scoring position, but I don't think you were getting 2 on that play, Dan.
Totally agree. As well as he runs, it would have been really have to have a great exchange, and that ball was kind of taking Wong away from second base, where he'd kind of have to shift his momentum and throw back to a running target at short.
That's true. Tyler O'Neill, sprint speed, 3rd fastest in Major League Baseball right now, behind Trey Turner and Tim Locastro. Good call. This guy has wheels too. Harrison Bader with 2 outs and 2 on for the Cardinals. Big spot here as Burns is out of the game and the Cardinals trying to pounce on the Brewers bullpen. Good pitch.
This is a big at bat for him. You know, we talked to Mike Schilt before the game, and he talked about Harrison Bader laying off the slider a little bit more this year and being relaxed in the box and getting good pitches to hit, and his chase rate, I think, is lower. And this is a big at bat right here. This could really add separation if he's able to get a hit here. A 3-0 lead feels really big.
Lays off 97 up. Missed the first month of the season with a forearm injury. Oh for 2 today. 2-1. It's 3-1.
Yeah, this is where they'll put him on and pitch to the pitcher.
Intentional pass now on the 3-ball count.
Here's the difference in the National League and the American League right here, Dan, is that you get a chance to pitch to the pitcher and oh, I'm sorry, this is Kinsner. I'm sorry, I thought we were on to the pitcher, but you know, this is an opportunity where, you know, you pitch around him to pitch to a 218 hitter and get a chance to get out of this mess.
No question about it, man. And it does make it easier. I think particularly for starting pitchers. There's just this raging debate in, can you pitch in either league? There's just the lineups are more deep in the American League, and this was a good move right here, particularly with a young pitcher that would have second and third, first and third, one out. You fall behind 3 balls and 1 strike. If they're more of a veteran type pitcher, you might let somebody like an Adam Wainwright try to wiggle out of that or make some good pitches, but this is the right move now. Ground ball is pretty much a force out at any base. It puts a little extra pressure on Rasmussen to get ahead, to get strike 1, but this is the right move.
Bags full of Cardinals for Kisner. And first pitch misses upstairs.
Dan, are you surprised at all the high targets they're holding with this pitcher? It feels like he's set a ball as the target on 3 or 4 pitches in the last 2 batters where he's actually hit the target, but the Cardinals haven't chased, and it's gotten him behind in counts.
You know, Matt, he seems like he's a 4-seam guy that's up in the zone, and there's a breaking ball, not a particularly good one. That's a hard breaking ball, 88 miles an hour. But I think the Brewers, their metrics, their pitching and research development department, they like guys like Josh Hader to throw the ball up in the strike zone. A dangerous place to pitch, particularly now the shadows have subsided, so it's pretty much equal game as far as the hitters and pitchers go. There's another breaking ball to fall behind in the count. If you're Kinsler right now, you almost have to sell out that you're going to get a fastball right here.
Yep. This is a big pitch right here.
Some count leverage for Kisner. Bader, Arenado, and Goldschmidt are on. And that is sent out to deep right. Garcia backing to the track, and he's got it. So the Cardinals leave them loaded in the 6th. They're still hanging on to their 1-0 lead for Big Jack Flaherty back to the mound coming up. Last of the 6th, Cardinals up 1-0. Ted Kluszewski with the sleeveless action, and he could rock it. Bo Jackson, a stud, both on the gridiron and on the baseball diamond. And Frank Thomas, a big hulking figure. Look at Gabe Kapler with the Texas Rangers. Notice a theme here. Eric Thames, give us your intimidating look, please. Matt Holliday, a force at the dish. I heard actually, Matt, and here's Tyler O'Neill setting up our next poll question. Who's the most jacked player in MLB today? 2 Yankees, Judge and Stanton. Michael Lorenzen of the Cincinnati Reds, and Tyler O'Neill on this list. Matt, I heard you were such a physical specimen growing up in Oklahoma that when you hit 3 home runs when you're playing with your friends, it only counted as 1, and you had to play quarterback for both teams when you were playing in the yard. Is that true?
Yeah, that is true. I You know, I was big early. I was the big kid. I was the kid that got big at a young age. I think I was as big as I am now by the time I was a freshman in high school. So I grew early and grew pretty big, and yeah, so some of that is true. But in weighing in on the poll, it'd be tough to go against Judge, having played with him and been up next to him and knowing how big Aaron Judge is. I'll take Aaron Judge in this one.
That's fair. Daniel Vogelbach swings through the off-speed pitch from Jack Flaherty. It's 0-2. By the way, Matt listed at 6'4", 240 pounds in his playing days. And Dan Plesac, 6'6". Who do you have on that board?
I'm going to have to go along with Judge. There are very few guys, and I've been around baseball most of my adult life, and I remember the first time doing a 30 teams in 30 days for MLB Network and going to Tampa. When Aaron Judge walked out of the dugout, very rarely do I look at somebody and go like, man, look at the size of that guy. He just immediately gets your attention. He's one of those guys that walks into a room and you can't help not seeing this guy in a room. He just has a presence.
Vogelbach with open real estate in right center field, and he's in business, heading for 2 with a stand-up double to start off the 6th inning for Milwaukee.
Looked like a hanging breaking ball in the middle of the plate. Caught it out front, drove it to right center. Be interesting to see if they go with the pinch runner in this situation, down 1. This run could be huge, so be interesting to see what they do here and if they think about moving him over.
.4 feet per second. He's not the fleetest of foot. Matt, would you consider a pinch runner at this point, or not necessary?
Well, I would, especially if you get a strikeout here. You need the guy to score from second on a single against Jack Flaherty, and so I would consider it if he gets a punch here, and you got 1 out and a man on second. If you've got somebody that can come in and play first base. It is only the 6th inning, but this run could be huge, and you get a chance to get to Flaherty, who he's very difficult. It might be an important base runner.
And Shaw's been their best bat in this series. He doubled his first time up, popped out in the 4th.
Boy, what good pitchers do, and Jack Flaherty sure is at 6-0 on the year. He has made some really good pitches. This might have been one of the best fastballs he's thrown all game. 96 miles an hour. Down and away, little or nothing Travis Shaw could do with that one.
It just looks like his concentration has increased every time they've gotten a runner in scoring position. It just looks like his execution of pitches has gotten even sharper.
Shaw goes fishing for out number 1. Vogelbach hanging out at second.
You know, Mike Schilt told us before the game that one of the things he marveled at about Jack Flaherty is his ability to step it up when needed. He said you'll see him cruising around 92, 93 miles an hour, but there's some reserve in that tank when he needs it. He can get it up there 95, 96. Made a great sequence of pitches there to Travis Shaw. Started him off hard, 96 mile an hour fastball, then the hard 79 mile an hour curveball. So we've seen a little bit of everything from Jack Flaherty.
Avisail Garcia homered yesterday. I actually saw him in a pregame video kind of talking to his bat, knocking on it, calling that he's going to homer in the game, and he did. I love the lights on, lights off action too after the home run in Milwaukee. That really put the game away in the late stages for the Brew Crew in a win. They've split the series, these two. This is the rubber match today before they head their separate ways, but Avisail Garcia is on fire in the month of May.
That was a big boy bomb right there too. That's going pretty deep back in there. So that was a hanging slider, and he didn't miss it. That was full barrel right there.
442 feet for Garcia last night. What was your best distance, Matt? Do you know it off the top of your head?
Oh, I don't know it off the top of my head. I think I don't know. I hit a few in Colorado before they had all the TrackMan stuff. So. I don't know what my record was for the longest home run. I hit a few in the home run derby that went pretty far, but I'm not quite sure.
Flaherty quickly ahead.
Man.
0-2.
97
He's making
pitches.
some pitches, Dan.
Oh, he is, and this is what he's done. And there's a reason why the Cardinals think that in a long line of great pitchers that have put on the Cardinal uniform, they think he's as good as any. And really, a lot of teams talk about, we throw that word around like true aces, but this guy really is a true ace. There may be 10 to 12 in all of baseball, but you're looking at one right here.
Chopped left side. Edman. There's the second out. It's a food fight. MLB Food Fight presented by MasterCard will determine which ballpark food is the best this year. Fill out your bracket at MLB.com/foodfight today.
I'd like to get into some of that action.
What are you looking for?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm looking for. I'm a big fan of guaranteed rate with the home of the Chicago White Sox. I'm all into that, like, Italian sausage thing with some French fries at a ball game with an adult beverage. Count me in on that.
Brats in Milwaukee?
Oh, yeah, little yellow mustard. I'm not into that whole onions and, peppers that go on the hot dog or the sauerkraut, but give me a good hot dog, Italian sausage / brat with a little bit of yellow mustard. I'm all in.
Omar Narvaez takes a pitch down. Matt, your weapon of choice at the table, either during the spread in the clubhouse or at the ballpark if you ventured around anywhere?
I think the smell of the garlic fries in San Francisco, I'm not sure that I've ever had any, but during batting practice when they start cranking those out, it's a pretty inviting smell. I got to give it to them for that.
I'm with you. Narvaez takes another pitch, similar spot. I have your longest home run, Matt, in this StatCast time period, so that goes back to 2015. I know you had some long drives before that, but 466, not too shabby.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Not too bad. I think that I might have had a few earlier in my career that might have went just a hair farther than that.
I agree, based on the eye test and watching you for those years in Colorado.
It's an interesting spot right here, Dan, with the base open and a 2-0 count with a tying run on second. If he really tries to pitch around him here, or if potentially just put him on. But he's definitely behind the count to a guy that is swinging the bat really well.
That's one of the reasons I think, Matt, you see Genesis Cabrera warming up in the bullpen. The Cardinals look potentially Jackie Bradley Jr. on the on-deck circle.
That's a drive to deep center, and Bader backing up. He's got some room, and that sits down the side. Long drive off the bat of Omar Narvaez, but again, Jack Flaherty working some magic. It's 1-0 after 6.
Hi, I'm Chip Carey, Major League Baseball announcer.
And I'm Skip Carey, Major League Baseball announcer.
And I'm Harry Carey, Major League Baseball announcer.
That was a fun day. My grandfather, who started in 1945, my dad, who started in 1976, and then me, who starts in 1991, all almost 25 years apart, all doing the same game in the same town at the same time.
There's the bunt. Runner heads for third. He doesn't even look there. Goes to first. He might have had a play at third base. But Bosky.
He gets a sacrifice out of it. Thrown out by Bosky.
Let's see if Bosky slipped when he made this play.
And of all the things that have happened to me in 50 years of broadcasting, this is the thing I'm proudest of. Because this is my family.
We're in the 7th in Milwaukee, 1-0 Cardinals, and the MLB Draft Combine will be a new event for the 2021 draft. Similar in format to the combines for the other pro sports leagues like the NFL and NBA. The event's going to feature 3 main components: on-field workout, off-field testing, and educational programming. Additionally, the combine will be structured to maximize opportunities for MLB Network and other media properties to interact with players and create new content to promote the drafts. This is cool. And Matt, you're a coach at Oklahoma State. First off, big W for OK State over Oklahoma yesterday, but also I know there are some players on your squad that have been invited to attend that combine.
Yeah, it's exciting. You know, I think that it's been kind of you're surprised that they haven't gone to it sooner with all the combines and the other leagues. So it'll be interesting to see what that looks like. I think it'll be, like I said, it'll be cool to see how it helps them lead up to the draft and getting some content on the players. But we have a third baseman named Christian Encarnacion Strand who got invited, who's a big, strong third baseman. I think he's got 15 home runs, and he's one of the league nation leaders in RBIs. So he'll be fun to watch and track in that. And then we have a pitcher. I think Justin Robleski got invited to that. So we've got a couple guys that could potentially go into that, and I'll be interested to tune in and check that out.
Yeah, it's the week of June 21st in North Carolina, the MLB Draft Combine. Justin Williams is a pinch hitter, so the Brewers say, new man coming in. It's Brent Suter.
He just smokes it. Forget about it. Great baseball right there.
And that one's gonna go.
That ball was crushed.
And this is gonna do it.
Oh my. Strike 3.
That was a great play.
I talked about his fielding skills. That was remarkable.
Something like this is what they came for.
Brent Suter pours in a strike against Justin Williams, the pinch hitter, and Tyrone Taylor in right field, replacing Avisail Garcia. It's a 1-0 game in Milwaukee. Tight series, especially in the early parts of these games, with outstanding starting pitching. We saw it again today, and Suter works fast. You love to see it as he comes in and makes his first appearance since returning from the bereavement list. He was placed on that list on Saturday, last pitched in a start on Friday at Miami.
Yeah, when you look at Suter, he's a guy that's very versatile. Craig Counsell likes him because for the most part, he's a strike thrower. He's kind of a throwback to a guy that would pitch in the 80s or 90s, kind of a low 3/4 awkward delivery, not overpowering. 87 to 89 miles an hour. His breaking ball, it's kind of slurvy, and there's a good look at it right there. For some reason, I had a chance to talk with a lot of people in the Brewers camp a couple of years ago, and they just feel like he's just incredibly difficult to hit. He doesn't have one particular pitch that he relies on. He's a little deceptive and funky.
And he walks Williams, the pinch hitter, leads off the 7th for St. Louis. And we'll go back to the top of the order in Tommy Edman.
You know, it's so important now, especially when you're starting with these relievers with the 3-batter minimum, the day and age of having that specialty left-handed reliever for the 8th or 9th. You really have to make sure, if you're a manager, we're going to go to that guy, that he's able to get both righties and lefties out. Pat Murphy taking over. Craig Counsell was given the he-ho earlier in this one, so very important for lefties now to be able to get both righties and lefties out.
And switch hitter Tommy Edman, but first a check over to first. Close call there for Justin Williams.
Yeah, it's changed the lefty specialist role, I think, a lot, Dan, when you talk about having to have a pitch that can get righties out as well.
Brewers waiting to make sure they shouldn't challenge this call. And Suter back to the mound now.
It's Christian Yelich sitting there with the bat in his hand.
He'll be in Nashville this weekend for some ABs.
Might have to make a trip down to Nashville. Watch Christian Yelich. Keston Hiura.
The Music City, beautiful weather.
You know what Nashville's always talked about as one of the potential sites if there's expansion. We hear Nashville, Las Vegas, Portland, Oregon, possibly back up to Montreal. Montreal was a great baseball city.
And also, if you're in Nashville, Dan, you can head over to Vanderbilt University and see two of the top picks coming up in the MLB draft. Jack Leiter and Kumar Rocker, as Williams stays put. A ball and 2 strikes, the count to Edman.
Yeah, I got a chance to see both of those guys up close. We played a 3-game series here in Stillwater against Vanderbilt. So I got a good look from the first base coaching box of both Kumar Rocker and Jack Leiter, and it wasn't all that fun for our hitters.
Let me ask you, Matt, when you watch those 2 young guys throw, could you see why scouts and organizations are so high on both of these young guys?
You know, it was very obvious, Dan, when you talk about Kumar and how big and physical he is. That night he pitched, you know, he was throwing his slider for strikes. He was throwing it for chase. He was locating a fastball between 95 and 97. He looked like a big league pitcher that night.
And the Brewers are not able to turn 2. They get the force at second to get rid of Williams, and Edman beats it out at first.
So yeah, to answer your question, Dan, it was pretty fun to watch 2 of those young guys and the stuff they had. Leiter was a little smaller in stature, but had an electric fastball, and I'm not surprised at all that they're being talked about in the top 5 picks, and should be an interesting draft. And like I said, that night Kumar Rocker could have pitched in the major leagues. I'm convinced of that, the way he was locating his pitches.
First pitch swinging, Dylan Carlson drops one into right field for a base hit. Williams or make that Edman racing around to third, and he's in there. That'll set up runners on the corners for St. Louis. Dylan Carlson attacking the first pitch he saw from Brent Suter.
Looks like a little fastball in, and stayed inside it. And found a home in right field. Great first to third base running. That's a great play by Tommy Edman.
Putting the pressure on Suter in the 7th with the big boys coming up. Goldschmidt and Arenado on deck.
Suter's got to try to get a ground ball here, huh, Dan? Try to work the ball down and away, maybe a changeup down and away, trying to get the ball on the ground.
And not an easy thing to do, because you've been around the ropes as long as Paul Goldschmidt. He has a pretty good idea of what Suter is going to try to do. I'm sure he's trying to pick out a pitch, something at minimum he could get a ball up in the air. As strong as Paul Goldschmidt is, he could take that changeup or a sinker away and hit it deep enough to right field.
There's your sac fly line based on the throwing arm strength. There it is from the 3 outfielders. Tyrone Taylor with the best arm out there. JBJ in left, Kane in center. Goldschmidt fouls that one back. It's 2-1. Also, Paul Goldschmidt has the best numbers ever at this ballpark of any player that's been here. American Family Fields. His OPS entering today, 1185.
So he's feeling pretty confident right here in this at bat. He's feeling pretty good about where he's at. His sight lines are good. I think he's feeling pretty good about his situation.
He sees the ball well. There's your chance here. Lorenzo Cain lines it up, tosses home. Edman racing in, and the throw is money. They got him.
What a throw.
ultimate accuracy.
Amazing
from
job
Lorenzo
of getting behind
Cain.
that ball. Incredible job of getting behind it and working his body through it to make that kind of throw.
It's the second time the Brewers have done this today. One from Cain just now, and earlier in the day it was Arias gunning down a runner at home. Look at Lorenzo Cain, just perfectly placed for Narvaez. In stride with the tag on Edman. He couldn't avoid him. And this game remains 1-0 St. Louis. Let's stretch.
Batting third and playing first base from the St. Louis Cardinals, Albert Pujols.
Albert Pujols is going to go down as one of the most productive hitters in Major League history.
Base hit Pujols, his first hit in the big leagues.
First career big league home run. And after watching this kid in batting practice and that swing right there, it will not be nearly the last.
You ask me how he's going to start his career in St. Louis, you'd say, well, if it's a storybook, you hit a home run.
Welcome to St. Louis, Albert Pujols.
114 home runs in his first 3 Major League seasons, the most ever.
In the air, left field, and Pujols is giving St. Louis the lead. Stunned in disbelief here in Houston.
The Cardinals are the world champions for 2006.
Number 400 for Albert Pujols.
Pujols is the fastest ever to 400.
And Albert Pujols has tied Reggie Jackson with 3 home runs in Game 3. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
Strong poll question, literally. Muscle emoji, the biceps, let's show it off. It's the bottom of the 7th, Cardinals up 1-0, and the most jacked player in MLB today, according to our audience, Giancarlo Stanton, 31%. He beats out Tyler, oh no, sorry, I'm looking at this wrong. Tyler O'Neill, St. Louis Cardinals fans weighing in. As Stanton finishes in 2nd, O'Neill is a big, strong man. He can run, super powerful with the bat speed, and he wins the poll today. He snuck one by me there. Actually, his father, Terry, was a pro bodybuilder. He's probably even stronger than Tyler, as Giovanni Gallegos checks into the game and takes over on the mound for St. Louis.
Well, one of the reasons the Cardinals are at top of the NL Central right now, this revamped bullpen, and it is a very, very good bullpen. You know, the Brewers might have more household names, but Reyes has been terrific, and this guy you're looking at right here, he's been a tremendous outgetter. If the Cardinals bullpen continues to pitch like this the rest of the way, this looks like I think 2 teams are going to duke it out. The Cardinals and the Brewers. I think you're looking at the 2 best teams in the Central right now, Scott.
29-year-old Gallegos facing Jackie Bradley Jr. He last pitched on Tuesday against Milwaukee. A couple scoreless innings, 27 pitches. Here's his 2nd pitch to Bradley, and it's a strike.
He's got a really good slider. I think his fastball can get up in the mid-90s, but his slider's his out pitch. It's got more of a downward depth to it than a side-to-side. It's he can pitch off it. He can throw it for strikes, but he also can bury it for strikeouts. But he does have a fastball that he can keep hitters honest with.
There's the slider, catches the edge of the zone for strike 2.
You know, in a day and age now, especially, Scott, coming off that 60-game season of last year where the depth of every team is going to be tested, particularly at the pitching level. Minor league season last year, there was virtually no season, so a lot of organizations, both the Brewers and Cardinals, not sure how much depth they have that's available and ready at the big league level. Bullpens are being leaned on more and more early. You really have to resist the temptation, if you're Craig Counsell or Mike Schilt, to go to that bullpen early, particularly in April and May. You'll pay the price for it in July and August, and it looks like both of these teams are going to be playing meaningful games. And I don't think Mike Schilt gets enough credit for the job he's done. He's been an organizational guy with the Cardinals. He's been a lifer, a baseball guy. Great feel for his team, what his players can do. putting his guys in good spots. Looking at two of the best managers in the game here today.
There's the chase. Gallegos picks up the strikeout to start off the 7th, facing the bottom 3 in the lineup.
You know, you talk about Mike Schilt. I think the thing that really stands out to me is the relationships this guy has, and his ability to communicate and build relationships with his players. He's a tremendous man.
There's the swing and miss from Bradley. Yeah, Schilt, 2019 Manager of the Year. Actually, the only current manager who never played pro baseball, but a great baseball mind.
He's done pretty much everything in baseball. You know, he's managed. He's been a hitting coach. He's been a field coordinator. He's done almost anything that you could possibly do inside of a system. And so when he got the job as manager, he sees things from a lot of different points of view, which I think is an advantage.
He was even a varsity high school coach in 1994, 95, and 96. One down, it's Urias. Popped up. Carpenter for the second out. So managers to reach the postseason having never played in the majors or minors. This list is just 3, and we're going way back for the other 2, Dan. Do you remember Pants Rowland?
Have no idea, but I like the look and I love the hat.
Ed Barrow, also strong.
That hat, right?
Yeah, I like it. World Series winners in 17 and 18, and then Schilt, you go a little bit further down the line. It took a century, Matt, to produce another manager with that kind of track record, and you can see here, Manager of the Year in 2019, joining a couple other managers, big names in Cardinals history.
Yeah, quite a feat, a testament to him and all the things that he's done in baseball, and in the organization giving a guy like Mike Schilt an opportunity. You know, John Mozeliak giving Schilty an organizational guy who's like I said, has done everything in the organization and has kind of earned it. Like, he earned his way up. He started at the bottom and earned his way up for the opportunity to manage at the major league level, and he's done a tremendous job. And you know, his right-hand man there, Oliver Marmol, who's a close friend of mine, is a young up-and-coming stud of a coach and somebody that knows baseball, and I know that they're very close and bounce ideas off each other. So I think they have a great tandem of manager and bench coach there, and the rest of their staff I'm very familiar with as well, and they do a tremendous job, and they spend a ton of time preparing and making sure that the players are put in the best position to win.
We had a lot of fun with Mike this morning on our video conference call. Tyrone Taylor lays off that 1-1 pitch.
I think what's interesting too on the call, we were asking about how much analytics play into it, and he was saying they give their information to the players, but they don't want the players to be overloaded, and some players like more information than others, and the key is individually. Like, give the information when it's there. They have their research and development, and their analytic department is very key in what they're doing, but it's not the end-all be-all. And I think Mike has found a nice balance, the right balance, to make his players feel comfortable to have access to that info, but not jam it down their throat if they don't want it.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. As a player, you know, there's certain information that I find usable and beneficial, but there's certain information that I don't necessarily know what to do with it, besides, you know, kind of keeping it simple to what works for me. And so I think that there's a balance of finding how to use all that information and blending a little bit of old school and new school thought.
Nicely placed slider by Gallegos to load up the count against Tyrone Taylor, who just checked into the game in right field in the last half inning. Ball 4. 2-out base runner for the Brewers, down a run in the 7th. And it starts at the top here for the Cardinals. John Mozeliak has been with this organization for a long time, promoted to president of baseball operations in 2017. He was the Senior VP and GM, named in October of 2007, 13 consecutive winning seasons, 8 postseason appearances, scouting director back in the late 90s, part of the drafting of Albert Pujols and Yadi Molina. That worked out pretty well. This is a franchise that's just done a ton of winning. 12 postseason appearances from 2000 to 2015, which included 4 World Series appearances and 2 rings. They get the job done out in the Midwest.
Well, they do, but I think a lot of it is the continuity and that what they have in the organization. There's not a lot of change. They believe in the system that they have. They're not quick to fire managers or general managers. They believe in their people. They let their baseball people and their baseball ops do their jobs. They don't do a lot of meddling. I think John Mozeliak knows what he knows and knows what he doesn't know, and delegates authority to people around him, and that's why it's worked.
He drafted Colton Wong as well, who flies out to right field. Carlson makes the grab, and the inning is over. Still just 1 on the board this afternoon in favor of the Cardinals through 7.
Tell you what, these colors are fire though, bro. I like these colors. When they first brought the, yes, they brought that new color, like, okay. Turn. So every time I put on cleats, my feet just feel so heavy. I'm wearing the low top Hirachis. I was thinking of going to the Vapors, but you can't customize those, so I'm like, all about the look. Hey. Oh, I need to get in that cage now and get some work in. Right here, sir. We'll check one out real quick. Ooh. I'm gonna find a barrel pretty soon. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted.
Nolan Arenado will lead off the 8th for St. Louis. He's got a shot at the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, Player of the Game title. Evaldi, Javier, Buxton, and Smiley have won the award so far. Last week's Player of the Game, Drew Smiley, picking up a trophy, name engraved on it. Got the YouTube play button. Very, very nicely done. And the players love it. We chat with them after the game, but it's all decided by you. Polling will be popping up soon. You'll pick the winner, and we will talk to that player after the game as Brent Suter gets right back to work against Arenado, facing 4, 5, and 6 for the Cardinals, who lead by a run here in the 8th.
Well, if you're just joining us now,
another knock for Arenado, making a strong case. 3 hits on the day.
3 knocks on the day. The story has been the Cardinals scored a run early in the first inning, and yes, Corbin Burnes finally walked a hitter. 5 innings for Corbin Burnes, 1 walk, 9 strikeouts. Not too bad. 58-1 strikeout to walk ratio on the year. 58 strikeouts, 1 walk for Corbin Burnes so far this season.
That'll play.
Well, it wouldn't hurt my feelings if Nolan wins the Player of the Game. It'd be nice to catch up with my buddy and get a chance to talk to Nolan. So, yeah, like you said, he's got to be the front runner, although Jack Flaherty's 6 shutout innings are pretty good, too.
And the fans will decide. Nolan Arenado with a season high 3 base hits in his 4 trips to the plate, and he's followed by Carpenter, who's 1 for 3 today. The lone
Is
run.
the trophy real? Is that a real trophy? Do they actually get that?
Yeah, that's a very real trophy, Matt. Yeah, I know all about it.
Nice.
It is going to be in the hands of the winner, and then they will engrave their name, a little custom action, and send it to them to put in the trophy room. It's very unique.
Awesome.
A weekly ritual here, live on YouTube. Carpenter fouls that one off. It's 0-2 against Suter. JP Morosi is at the ballpark watching Brent Suter just pour in pitches at a rapid rate, JP.
He does, Scott, and he also has one of the great nicknames in baseball, the Raptor, because of his very unique delivery. And here at American Family Field, they actually play the theme to Jurassic Park before he takes the mound. That was his entrance music here today. Suter, of course, a graduate of Harvard University. He majored in environmental science and public policy, known as one of the strongest environmental advocates in the baseball family. He's really helped the community here in Milwaukee and the ballpark, talking about the value of composting and organic and local farms. Truly one of the most interesting people in the baseball world.
A 31st round pick as well back in 2012. It's worked out for the Milwaukee Brewers, and there's the Raptor at work. Does he have it down, Dan?
Looks convincing to me. I'm buying it. If I'm not mistaken,
just kids playing a game,
right? If I'm not mistaken, he was a Cincinnati Moeller High School guy, the powerhouse in football. If I'm not mistaken.
I'll look that one up.
Barry
for you.
Larkin, I think, was one of those guys.
You are correct. Cincinnati. Suter misses. It's 3-2. JP, I know you've got more on Suter for us. Go for it.
Yes, of course. Yes, in fact, I can confirm, Dan, he is a graduate of Archbishop Moeller High School in Cincinnati, the same school as Barry Larkin, of course, Hall of Famer.
Ken Griffey Jr., an alum from that school as well. That's fouled back. That school is stacked with baseball names. David Bell as well, Cincinnati Reds manager.
Wow.
Look at Carpenter against Suter, 5 for 15, a pair of home runs. He has Arenado at first. Full count pitch from the Raptor. Missed. 2 on for St. Louis to start the 8th. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
It was a really good at bat by Matt Carpenter right there. Lefty-lefty matchup. Getting a first and second, nobody out situation. That's a big at bat right there in the top of the 8th, and looking to add on and get some insurance runs. I think that could be pivotal and maybe getting an insurance run or two here.
Tyler O'Neill has had a big bat in this series. Homered yesterday and the day before. Checks on the first pitch, does not go around. And Matt, now he has bragging rights. He just won the poll. Strongest, most jacked player in baseball. Yeah. That was a tough list to take down.
Yeah, good for him. Good for him. I'm sure he'll be proud of that. I mean, that might be his favorite thing about this game today.
I mentioned his dad was Mr. Canada, top bodybuilder in the nation in 1975. His father Terry, and yeah, Tyler.
Proud father moment.
That's
Proud
right.
Father moment.
Tyler's dad, I'm sure, is watching.
Dan, do you think this is where the game has changed a lot? Do you feel like back in the day that this would be a bunt situation with set first and second and nobody out and a chance to add a run or two here in the 8th inning, where this would be more of a bunt situation? And nowadays, I guess the analytics say you shouldn't bunt, but I feel like this is a situation that 10 years ago might be more of a bunt situation.
Matt, you're reminded. I was thinking the same thing. A guy that's hitting 241 on the year, he can run a little bit too. You can go ahead and get this ball down, and you just put extra pressure. Second and third, you could have potentially second and third, nobody out. A lot of good things can happen. I understand, there's a part of that analytic community that doesn't want to give outs away. But I'll tell you, we've seen it more and more, Matt, and I'm sure you see it at the college level. To get a bunt down, you have to make somebody catch it and field it. We've seen a lot of balls thrown up the third and first base line on potential force plays.
And you make it easier on the guy on deck. Bader would have a chance to, if he could hit a fly ball, have a chance to get an RBI, and you get that insurance run. Now, if he punches here, now all of a sudden you have to score with a hit, and all of a sudden the pitcher's got a much more manageable way to get out of the inning.
Suter ties him up for the strikeout, a big one, the first out of the 8th.
You know, kind of an empty at bat right here. He gets the count leverage at 2-0, then Brent Suter comes all the way back. 3 consecutive strikes. He chases one up out of the zone. This is 4-seam fastball. It's only 89 miles an hour, but he kind of lulls you to sleep with that funky delivery.
Yeah, it's amazing that he's able to pitch up in the zone with his fastball at that velocity. There's got to be some deception there that he's getting away with.
Harrison Bader in on the hands, roller to third, and there's the step from Travis Shaw. Out number 2 here in the 8th.
There's another example too. A guy that doesn't throw all that hard. You're wondering how in the world can you jam a guy throwing 86 to 88 miles an hour? But what happens is, as a hitter, you have to go up there. You know you're not chasing velocity. You want to try to tell yourself to stay back, and all of a sudden, that 86 to 88 cutting in on your hands appears to be 95 to 100.
Yeah, I think there's some deception and crossfire in that Raptor delivery. I think Raptors must have good cutters back in the day with the short arms and carving these right-hand hitters up a little bit high and inside, where you would think this guy would have to pitch down and away with these velocities.
Jurassic Park was a great baseball movie. It's all about spin rate, velocity.
Again, he's pitching up and in, Dan. It looks like he just wants to live in there. That he knows that right-hand hitters can't get to that pitch.
That was an 88-mile-an-hour cutter. Now, we've seen some good cutters, Corbin Burns and Jack Flaherty. Corbin Burns is anywhere from 94 to 97, and Jack Flaherty some 95s and 96s, and we haven't seen anything above 88 miles an hour yet from Suter.
Kisner up the middle. Wong, tough play, fades away, and he's got him. Oh, that's smooth. He's the best in the biz at second base, and that's why Craig Counsell told us this morning they don't shift as much anymore on the right side.
Well, I can tell you this. This is the play that Keston Hiura is not going to make. Hiura can get to the ball, but the arm strength off balance. If the Brewers come back and win this game, you can attribute it to that play right there from Colt Wong.
Beautiful fade, some air, and the play is made to end the 8th unscathed for Brent Suter and company. His team trails 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the 8th.
Delivery on its way. Swing and a high drive to center field. Get up, baby. Get up, baby. Get up. Oh, yeah. David Freese has just sent us into game number 7. This series is tied 3-3 with a walk-off home run here in the bottom of the 11th inning. The Cardinals win it 10-9. Phenomenal. Just fantastic. This one will go down in history as an all-timer. Unbelievable. A leadoff home run by David Freese. He tied it with a 2-run triple in the bottom of the 9th. He wins it here in the 11th.
Step up to the plate, compete online, and crush dingers in MLB Home Run Derby. Download on the App Store and Google Play Store for free today. We're in Milwaukee this afternoon. What a game. Jack Flaherty and Corbin Burns starting us off. Burns setting some records with the way that he was mowing down hitters and not walking anyone. Finally, his first free pass of the season after 58 strikeouts. And that leads us to Genesis Cabrera pitching in the 8th against the Milwaukee 2-3-4 hitters. The Brewers held scoreless so far today. Milwaukee leaving 7 on base. They're 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position. And St. Louis 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position, 10 left on base. It's Lorenzo Cain to lead off this last of the 8th. Breaking ball in there for a strike. Scott Brondan-Plesac, Matt Holliday, and JP Morosi live globally on YouTube this afternoon. This one's living up to the billing, Dan.
Well, a lot of good young arms in this Cardinal bullpen. This might be the best of the bunch. Genesis Cabrera made some noise a couple of weeks ago, hit back-to-back Phillies totally on an accident. And this guy has a tremendous arm. We've seen a couple of good breaking balls. He'll get it up there 97, 98 miles an hour. Once he starts to get a little bit more refined as far as throwing strikes, this guy's a chance to be what Josh Hader is for the Milwaukee Brewers. There's another changeup at 88 miles an hour. We've yet to see the good fastball, but trust me, Scott, this guy can rush it up there in the mid to upper 90s.
This is a big at bat right here. You know, you got the right-hand hitter and then the 2 lefties to follow. If he's able to get Cain, this could be a pretty easy inning for him. So this is a big at bat right here.
There you go. Lazy fly ball right field. Carlson camps under it.
That's the good look at the fastball. 97 miles an hour, and the ball kind of cuts in on Lorenzo Cain. A lot of weapons for this young lefty. And I think the more experience, there's a look at Josh Hader, who's having another magical year for the Milwaukee Brewers. This Cardinal bullpen, I think, has been, it was a question going into the season, but if you want to talk about what has made the Cardinals at 22-15, the bullpen has been lights out, trying to bridge that gap to get the ball to Alex Reyes, who's been really remarkable this year.
It's really started to come together the last year or two. It started to kind of, you know, when you talk about Cabrera and Alex Reyes as younger guys that are filling the 8th and 9th inning, you started to see it coming last year and maybe a little bit the year before, but they've got some really good power arms with Gallegos and his slider as a weapon in the 7th or 8th, wherever you want to throw him. So it's come together nicely, and Reyes at the end really allows you to kind of mix and match in the 6th, 7th, and 8th.
There's Reyes. 2 shutout innings, 5 strikeouts to finish off the game on Tuesday. A 6-1 win for the Cardinals in 11 innings. He struck out 5, and he was working that slider. Finished the game with 6 consecutive sliders to strike out Bradley Jr. and Billy McKinney on 3 pitches each. And Cabrera misses up, but you know, you see, Dan, many relievers nowadays just say, I'm going to pick my 2 best pitches and go for it. Cabrera is rocking 4 that he uses consistently. 4-seam, curveball, changeup, sinker.
Oh.
98 on the dot.
That's not fair right there for Daniel Vogelbach. It's just a nasty pitch. But good, I'll tell you what, the Brewers have been. The defense, we talked about it early on, and 2 plays have really helped Brent Suter to get out of some damage. Lorenzo Cain. How about an ending inning double play right here as he guns down Tommy Edman on a shallow fly ball to center field. And then this last inning, Colton Wong, this one targeted up the middle for a base hit. Tremendous play, and Brent Suter caught a couple of breaks to keep this one at 1-0.
And now Travis Shaw. 2 down quickly here in the 8th.
Dan, this is probably his last batter, wouldn't you say? If Garcia comes to the plate with a runner on and Reyes is throwing in the bullpen, I'm guessing this is his last batter. They'll go straight to Reyes against the righty.
No question about that, Matt. What we're seeing right now in Genesis Cabrera, we're seeing a young pitcher that's finally starting to harness his control issues. That at bat that Daniel Vogelbach was about as nasty as it gets, and when he's able to throw that first pitch, and particularly the breaking ball for strikes, it's nearly impossible to hit this 97 to 98. I mean, that's just overpowering.
There's Arenado flipping the shades on and making the catch. Easy work for Cabrera, showing off the good stuff in the 8th inning, as the Brewers will have one last chance. First, the Cardinals with another turn for insurance in the 9th.
the home run, looks into the dugout going around first base and says, let's go.
Carpenter 1 for 4 with a home run against this right-hander and gets another pitch to drive out to deep right center. He's done it again. How about that? Back-to-back days off the bench. 3-run bomb. Carpenter.
Matt Carpenter takes this thing for a ride.
Pitch to Kane, a drive hit back into left center field. Lorenzo Cain has returned with a lean back jack.
Wow. That's a return. Boy, presence felt early tonight for Lorenzo Cain.
COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective. Join the team and get the vaccine to help get us all get back to doing what we love together. Visit MLB.com/COVID-19 resources for more information. Google Cloud is helping to power StatCast with massive amounts of data points to reveal new insights, taking you deeper into the game than ever before. Google Cloud is the official cloud technology of Major League Baseball. We're in the 9th in Milwaukee at American Family Field. It's 1-0 St. Louis, 8 hits scattered around by Brewers pitching. Just 1 run to show for it from the Cardinals. They've left 10 on base, but the Brewers have not been able to scratch a run across. First, some run prevention mode for Milwaukee one more time to try to get to the 9th and tie this thing up. Angel Perdomo is on the mound to pitch the 9th against a very dangerous St. Louis offense. 9-1-2 due up, and if you let anyone on, Goldschmidt and Arenado are lurking.
You know, a couple of things jump out to the graphic. The ERA a little north of 6, but how about the K's and the base on balls? 8 2/3 innings, 15 strikeouts, 6 walks. When he's throwing strikes, he's tough to hit.
.66% four-seam fastball, uses the slider 24% of the time, 10% changeup. Tall on the mound, misses down.
This is one of those guys where you feel like maybe you should take a strike, start in the inning, maybe get a chance to get a leadoff walk to get something going where you can look for that insurance run here in the 9th inning. So I think this is one of those deals where Lane Thomas is probably going to take a strike against the guy that struggled with his command.
The pinch hitter takes ball 2. Yeah, no Josh Hader available today, just based on how much he's pitched this week. And that misses. 3 balls, no strikes. No Devin Williams, JP Fireeisen. I mean, you don't know how they're feeling. Obviously, you know, Dan, you come to the ballpark and they might say, how you doing today? You ready to go? But those are 2 guys you might think about in this 9th inning in such a tight spot and a chance to walk things off down just a run.
You know, the unfortunate thing during the course of a year, Scott, you have to, if you're Craig Counsell, you have to really be careful that you don't overwork it. Eventually, you're going to have to go to guys in the bullpen, even though you're going to have to maybe put a guy in a spot that you're not totally comfortable with, because you just can't beat your bullpen up, your big horses, particularly early on in the early part of May.
He walks the leadoff hitter, Lane Thomas, and here comes the top of the order, starting with Tommy Edman.
Brewers.
I think you're looking at.
Go ahead, Matt.
Go ahead. No, I was just saying. I think that you're looking at Devin Williams more of the closer today. So, you're probably not bringing him in this situation. But it'll be interesting what they do as far as maybe bunting here. When you talk about Tommy Edman and his skill set, maybe maybe take a pitch and flash the bunt out there and see if you can get this pitcher rattled.
There's a strike on the corner to Edman. Devin Williams, 2 pitches yesterday. They've used him quite a bit this week as well. Blown save on Tuesday. He had been on a roll up to that point, 6 scoreless appearances entering that one. Edman to the right side, and there's Wong with all the range, makes the play for out number 1. And Lane Thomas moves himself up to second. JP, what do you have?
Scott, a great at-bat by Edman, and that has been a theme of recent weeks for the Cardinals. Since Mike Shildt moved to have Edman lead off and Carlson in the 2 spot, the Cardinals have the best record in Major League Baseball at 14-5.
On the season, they're 22-15, first place in the National League Central. Milwaukee at 20-17 on the year. 2 of the best in the NL Central matching up today in a good one.
You have 2 cracks. You have at least 2 cracks right here with a runner in scoring position, right-hand hitter against the left-hand pitcher. So Carlson, being a switch hitter, got a chance to drive in a run again with a speedy runner at second base and looking for that insurance run.
Some up and in heat from Perdomo. Picks up the strike. 1-1 to Carlson, who's having a nice month.
My best advice would be not to hit it to Colton Wong or anywhere near Colton Wong if you're going to try to score a run.
Another big cut and a miss on a pitch up. Probably should avoid Jackie Bradley Jr. territory in left field too. Maybe not too close to Lorenzo Cain, Matt, right?
Not a lot of spots to hit it. Not a lot of spots to hit it. I would try first base or maybe third base, but yeah, you're right. There's a lot of good defenders on the field.
Tyrone Taylor actually has a really strong arm, plays a nice right field. This is a team that's set up well defensively, just like the Cardinals. Here's Taylor entering the game for Garcia a couple innings back. Most outs above average among outfielders this season. The Brewers are ranked second. Of course, Christian Yelich on the injured list. He's going to take some swings, some ABs in the minor leagues this weekend. And the runner moves up to third. There's a stolen bag for Lane Thomas, just 90 feet away from adding some insurance for St. Louis with less than 2 outs and a chance for a sac fly for Dylan Carlson.
Boy, some heads-up base running right there. He took advantage of Perdomo, who was just kind of one-looking, coming set, and was very easy to be timed and a great heads-up job. You're always trying to pick up 90 feet, get into third base. A lot of ways now for the Cardinals to try to stretch across another insurance run.
3 stolen bases for the Cardinals today, and Carlson takes one in tight.
That's a big stolen base. It brings the infield in. Now all of a sudden, guys like Colton Wong don't have the range they typically would. So that was a big stolen base right here, and gives the hitter a lot more opportunities to try to score that run.
If Lorenzo Cain watches this back and sees the sac fly line, he's going to go, wait, did you see what I did a few innings back?
Yeah, he's not going to like that.
No. 7th inning. Goldschmidt with a fly ball to center, and just a money throw. So accurate from Lorenzo Cain on the fly in stride to prevent the Cardinals from putting another run across.
He did a really good job of getting behind it and giving himself an angle that was directly in line with home plate so that he could make that accurate throw.
The Brewers are a team that's set up for run prevention. We'll see if Carlson challenges any of their outfielders. No, he does not. That pitch sails away, and there are 2 on for the Cardinals here in the 9th. For more content like this, visit the Brewers YouTube page. It's the best place to go behind the scenes with the Milwaukee Brewers. Be sure to subscribe so you never miss a video. Just visit youtube.com/Brewers.
Well, Paul Goldschmidt's going to have another opportunity to drive in a run in a stadium that he loves to hit in. So I think the Cardinals feel good about having Goldschmidt, the leading hitter in this stadium's history. So he's got an opportunity to hit the ball in the outfield. The pitcher's going to be trying to get him on the ground and get that double play. It looked to me like a 3-2 changeup right there that maybe they were setting up the double play in this situation.
Goldschmidt had a go-ahead 2-run home run in the 11th inning on Tuesday, and he just smashes the baseball. One of the best hitters in the sport for the last decade, with StatCast powered by Google Cloud. 54 hard-hit baseballs. That's 4th best in the National League. That means he just punishes pitches, especially, of course, over the middle of the plate.
Yeah, you know, to me, the stats don't really match up with his hard hit rate yet. And so as a hitter, there's probably a lot of frustration. He's probably hit a lot of balls hard that he thought were going to be hits, and then he's not getting the results he's looking at. But really, as a hitter, you just got to continue to process it out. Keep doing the process, keep getting a pitch to hit, and hit it hard, and trust that eventually you'll get the results.
He takes the first pitch. Apparently low. I know Dan wanted that one.
Cool.
Especially against Goldschmidt.
That's
one
a favorable
out.
call for a hitter.
Yeah. Runners on the corners here for Goldie. Does so much damage in this ballpark in the past. There's a check to first. Ball skips away. And in comes the second run for St. Louis today. Lane Thomas scores. It's 2-0.
That's a big run. The Cardinals catch a break. Perdomo with a little bit of an erratic throw to first base. You see, look at it right here. I don't know if it handcuffs Daniel Vogelbach. You can still see, you can see the sunlight in the shade. It almost appeared like Vogelbach either lost that ball in the seats or the fans. It was kind of a throw that was right around the knees, the high shin area.
It looked like he was leaning, like he might be going right there too. It looked like Carlson had interest in stealing that base. So it looked like maybe a better throw might have had a play.
The leadoff walk leads to a run. Lane Thomas also mixed in a stolen base.
See, to watch the look at Vogelbach right here. I mean, it's not a great throw, but it almost it was kind of like he yanked it and pulled it down to the left of glove side.
I'll tell you what, if he gets lazy, Carlson could swipe third base right here too. If he's slow to the plate. He looks like he's in the 1-4 to 1-6 range with his delivery. If he one looks him again, Carlson could steal third in this situation as well.
A free pass for Goldschmidt. And 7 walks issued by the Brewers bullpen.
It's going to give Nolan Arenado a chance to solidify his place as player of the game right here.
Oh, he wants to talk to you, Matt, post-game. I know it.
He wants that trophy. He wants that trophy with the play button on it. He wants it.
You know Nolan Arenado. He is one of the most competitive human beings on the planet.
Yep, and I used to crush him in Rummy.
You'll have to remind him if he comes through here for the Cardinals. They've scored in the 1st and now here in the 9th. And one of their best is at the dish. Their new addition from the offseason, Nolan Arenado. 2 on and a run home here for St. Louis. Perdomo's 1-0 in there for a strike.
If he wins this trophy, the next time I'm with him, I think we'll make that the Rummy Championship trophy. Whoever's currently winning Rummy will hold the trophy.
And then we'd have to get your name engraved on it. We'll get a new plate to put over Nolan's.
Talk to the people at YouTube.
Yeah, I know a guy or two that can help us out.
Nice.
Got some friends there. Arenado behind 1 and 2. Steps out for a moment. Tough to find runs this afternoon, especially early on against Jack Flaherty and Corbin Burns after he gave up that 1 run in the opening frame. 3 walks this inning issued by Perdomo.
Dan, these guys can be a really tough at bat. Just the little bit of wildness to them, and the fact that they don't really know where it's going, so it's hard to anticipate the pattern that they're going to pitch you in. These are going to be very difficult at bats for hitters. That it's almost like that effectively wild, pitcher that like he may not be even aiming inside, but might paint it up inside.
Ooh, like that. That's just enough to make you uncomfortable if you're Arenado. And Perdomo's been all over the place. We've seen him. He's having a difficult time towards his arm side, getting the ball into righties. Watch this fastball here. He kind of cuts this one off. It's a four-seam heater that just keeps tracking inside. I mean, certainly a young pitcher that's not commanding the strike zone. If he could flip something down and away, curveball, changeup.
And then he paints it up. That's what makes this a really tough at bat for a hitter. Is the guy's he's got really good stuff. He's just not quite commanding it very well yet, and so it's kind of an unsettling feeling.
14 balls, 12 strikes from Perdomo in this inning. Three singles today for Arenado in 4 at-bats. And he sends one to right center, backing up Taylor, and he's there for the catch. Tagging up from second, Carlson, he's in there. And runners now on the corners for St. Louis with 2 gone, and Matt Carpenter about to climb in.
That's a really big out for Milwaukee right now. If you can keep it within getting a base runner on and maybe one swing of the bat, you start throwing a crooked number up there, you get down 3 runs. That's a big difference. With a guy like Alex Reyes, who we're assuming is going to come in and pitch the 9th inning, who's been lights out. This is really a big out. You have to narrow it around with your Perdomo. Really muster up to try to get out of this right here. Keep it at 2-0.
Makes you wonder with a left-hand hitter if they might try something on the bases here, maybe an early break, or see if they can get this young pitcher rattled. And try to maybe do something if Carpenter gets behind in the count. After already throwing a ball, past the first baseman.
Paul Goldschmidt used to swipe bases pretty regularly. He was all-around fantasy baseball superstar. There's a strike. Carpenter with a pair of strikeouts, but also a base hit and a walk. Behind that one.
Perdomo creates a really tough angle for a left-hand hitter. If he can get that ball high and away to a left-hand hitter, it's going to be very difficult for Matt Carpenter to stay on that pitch. This is a tough matchup for a lefty.
And the Cardinals are down a man today. Paul DeYoung not in the starting lineup, and it didn't sound like he was available today at an MRI. It sounds like we'll get those results after the game, dealing with a side issue. That almost hit Carpenter. Nice stop by Narvaez.
Looks like Goldschmidt stole second.
He did. Goldie up to second. Most stolen bases in a game for the Cardinals since September of 2019. 4 of them today. Helping to create action, traffic on the base paths. Carpenter to center. In the sunshine, Kane. Yep, he's got it. So one across for St. Louis. Little insurance. They bookend this game. A run in the first, a run in the ninth, and you figure Alex Reyes time coming up.
Ninth inning with the Red Sox trailing by 5 runs. The Orioles on top 5-0. And Jeremy Guthrie back on the mound. Now Hernandez drops the baseball. So things were cruising along for Guthrie. He's only thrown 91 pitches.
And Perlazo's not going to give this kid a chance to finish.
Marco Crisp at first base. Millard playing behind him as Ortiz rifles it out towards deep left center field.
And coming across to score is Coco. 5-1 Baltimore.
Full count. Bases loaded. Inside, and he walks in a run.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a line drive, right center field, base hit.
2 runs are in, and it's a 1-run game now.
3 men on, 2 men out, and a 3-2 count to Julio Lugo.
Lugo chops it right side. Millar's going to need help over his Ray. The play, no! Here comes another run. Red Sox win! Boston comes all the way back. A 6th-run night.
If you're looking for more content like this, visit the Cardinals YouTube page. It's the best place to go behind the scenes with the St. Louis Cardinals. Be sure to subscribe so you never miss a video. Just visit youtube.com/Cardinals. I'd like to subscribe to some more StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Alex Reyes showing off the slider. Opponents are 1 for 21 with 13 strikeouts against the wipeout pitch.
Well, one of the big reasons why the Cardinals bullpen right now is pitching as well as any team in bullpen. We've seen it. Genesis Cabrera was terrific. Gallegos and this guy right here. He's been about as good as you can be. Look at that ERA, 0.47. The only knock would be in the 16 walks in the 19 innings. You'd like to see him cut that down. I still think long-term, Scott, this might be a guy that you see in the starting rotation someday for the Cardinals. Big arm. Throws hard, good hard breaking ball, and he is taken to this bullpen right now. And one of the strengths of this Cardinals team heading into play today, the Cardinals have been playing great baseball at 22-15. Their bullpen has been really good.
That sounds like the plan still long term to put Alex Reyes back into the starting rotation. Hard to take him out right now of this 9th inning job as he tries to lock down a save for St. Louis and win the series. Pinch hitter Manny Pena starting off the 9th for Milwaukee, down 2-0.
Get a good look at that fastball there.
Scott, I'd like to
97 miles an hour, so he can rush it up there too.
I'd also like to point out his sick cleats. You know, I think the red Jordans with the yellow bottoms is a nice look.
It's a great look. It's a good call. You got to look good doing it too.
Oh, yeah. There they are. Wow.
Right.
I wonder if he's been in Yachty's closet. I don't know if those are Yachty's Jordans, but they, I don't know if Reyes has got the hookup. He might already have the hookup, but I know Yachty's got some cleats that look a lot like that.
Yachty getting the day off today. Andrew Kisner, the catcher. Ray is 26 years old. Last pitched Tuesday in this series. And there's a strike. He finished out the game on Tuesday, pitching in the 10th and the 11th, striking out 5. Did walk 3. Kept the Brewers off the board, picked up the W. Slider time.
Yeah.
Just overthrew that one a little bit.
Dan,
2 balls,
I think that
2 strikes.
Yeah.
There's Sosa at short.
I think that would be the next step for him, Dan, would be to be a little more efficient with his pitches, don't you? Like to where, you know, he can have some 10 and 12 pitch innings to where he's not constantly having to strike so many guys out.
Just missed. Called low. And Manny Pena works a walk against Reyes to lead off this bottom 9 for Milwaukee.
I'm not sure where that was, but I know one thing. I want that one if I'm on the mound. We've seen a couple of pitches. This is a strike all day long. Well located, 86 mile an hour, 3 balls. It almost appears, sometimes as the umpire get full, because there isn't anything about this pitch that's not to like.
That's about as perfect a pitch as you can make. As a hitter, I'm really happy to take my shin guard off and walk to first. But I think as a defense, you're begging for that one, especially the first out of the inning in a 2-run game.
Big swing and a miss from Narvaez. Well, Reyes used to working with traffic so far this season, and for the most part, he's been able to work around it.
As Matt touched on, I think he will get better as the season goes on. But when you're getting acclimated to the bullpen, you sit there, there's a lot of anxiety. You're watching Jack Flaherty, you're watching this game develop, and you're sensing that this could be a game that you're going to potentially pitch in. And it's so hard at times for a younger pitcher to just calm yourself down. You get a little bit ahead of yourself, and he's throwing hard, and it's a lot harder coming out of the bullpen, commanding your pitches. You don't have the time that you do as a starting rotation where you can go 2 or 3 hitters and find the feel for the curveball, the slider. There's not a lot of room for error coming out of the bullpen.
Narvaez can swing the bat, and he does, but he misses, and he falls behind 1-2.
I think it speaks to the fact that how much his pitches move as well. I mean, it's hard to harness that kind of a slider and that kind of a live fastball sometimes. His ball just really moves a lot, and his changeup has a lot of run to it. So I mean, I think it's aim for the middle with this kind of stuff and try to hit the corners. So he's got the kind of stuff that we talked about earlier where you can literally aim down the middle and get away with it.
Yeah, we've been talking about Alex Reyes for a long time. Big deal prospect. He's gone through some adversity, including injuries. He's ahead of Narvaez. Going up against one of the best hitting catchers in baseball so far this season. Just activated today off the injured list. Was dealing with hamstring troubles. And the 2-2 buried the slider and struck him out.
Nasty. It's nasty.
Hard to lay off this here when a guy throws 97 to 100 miles an hour. Nasty 2-plane break. You see this, the rotation on this ball down and in. Narvaez reads this as a fastball down and in. He wants to get the head of the bat out to it. That ball just doesn't stop breaking. A great pitch.
Next up, Jackie Bradley Jr. Manny Pena walked to start off the 9th. There it is again.
It's no wonder the league's not doing very well off that pitch.
Plus stuff on the mound for St. Louis. It's all been coming together for him out of the bullpen so far this season.
That's a problem you run into, Matt, though. He throws a lot of breaking balls, and you throw one after another. It's really hard to command that pitch, and all it would take is one mistake. You leave that slider up in the zone, and with one swing, Jackie Bradley can tie something up here.
Yeah, you got to be careful against a left-hand hitter. You might drop it right into his barrel.
Yeah, Slider City. Should he be using the fastball more, Dan, especially if he's trying to establish himself eventually as a starter?
Well, with a lot of young pitchers, that's what he sees. He sees a lot of swings and misses, and if he can continue to throw this breaking ball right here, he's going to have Jackie Bradley Jr. right in his back pocket. That's a nearly impossible pitch to do anything with.
There's another. Back-to-back strikeouts for Reyes. Slider City.
Yeah, it is. You know, and I know you're watching this at home and watching on YouTube thinking, how in the world do the Brewer hitters continue to swing at this ball that's breaking down almost at the back foot. The rotation is so tight. It has the appearance of being a fastball, and it just drops and disappears.
Yeah.
It's just nearly impossible to read. He throws it so hard.
And you know, it looks to me like he pitches off of his slider. His command pitch is his slider, and his fastball is more to show. At this point, he has a better feel for the location of what to do with the slider, and the fastball is a little more erratic. So it's one of those guys pitching backwards with a 98-mile-an-hour fastball.
There's the fastball. It's clocked to center field. Bader racing in. It's going to drop for a knock. 2 on for Milwaukee here in the 9th.
You know, Matt, in some ways he reminds me of a guy that used to close games for the Cubs, Carlos Marmol, who seemed like he was much better at getting his breaking ball over for strikes than the fastball. And this is one of the few fastballs that he's thrown, Scott, so maybe this is why he goes to the slider exclusively.
Yeah, it's middle, you know, middle fastball and a fastball hitter. We've seen him struggle all day long with the slider from Jack Flaherty. And right there, he gets a first pitch fastball. He was probably thrilled to see that first pitch fastball after all the breaking ball he's seen leading up to this at bat.
We'll see if he goes right back to the slide piece. Up against Tyrone Taylor, 2 on for Milwaukee.
I think you're going to see some sliders.
He did this the other day, Matt. He just said at the end of the game, you know what? 6 sliders in a row. Good afternoon, or what is it? Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. That's the phrase. Struck out the last 2 to seal the deal.
I think what they say, you want to get beat with your best pitch, you know, and his best pitch is obviously the slider. And I mean, it's nice to have that 98-mile-an-hour in your pocket when you need it.
Yeah, that was the heater. Taylor's been picking up more playing time since Yelich went back on the injured list. Now down to their final strike.
What do you think here, Dan? He can go anywhere he wants right now, huh?
Yeah.
He could go the slider down and away, or he could go the fastball up in the zone. He's got a couple different weapons he could use here.
Yeah, my gut tells me, Matt, he's going to go to that hard breaking ball down and away. That's his binky. That's his bread and butter, his little blanket pitch. And he's comfortable throwing it, and he'll throw it 3-4 times in a row. Be very surprised if there's another fastball in this sequence.
Will it land in the zone or not? Doesn't have to for him. Ahead 1-2 on Taylor, who was the man on Mother's Day. Knocked in the winning run against the Marlins, a 10th inning single for Milwaukee.
This is where, you know, he's shaking off Kinsler. He's having a hard time getting on the same page, where if Yachty was catching, I don't feel like he'd be shaking.
Taylor swings through, pitches up. Reyes strikes out the side. Game over. Slider, the pitch du jour for the closer for the Cardinals as they pick up the W and win the series. It's a 2-0 final. St. Louis ups their record to 23-15 on the year as Milwaukee drops to 20-18. Now time. We have to see how this thing finished up. Our poll question to finish off the day, YouTube player of the game. Pick one from Flaherty, Arenado, and Edman. And we'll reveal the winner in just a bit. It's time for the postgame show. 30 minutes all about the Brewers and the Cardinals right now. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube postgame show is presented by State Farm. Scott Braun, Dan Plesac, Matt Holliday, and JP Morosi. This was fun, Matt. I mean, we saw 2 of the top pitchers in the sport going at it early on. The Cardinals with a little small ball to create some offense, and then Alex Reyes shuts the door, picks up the save, and the Cardinals win the series.
Yeah, you can't always predict what games are going to look like in the major leagues, but I think coming into this game, if you'd have said 2-0, pitchers duel, very tough to get runs, someone finds a way to score a run here and there, and the bullpen comes in, closes it out, I think that's what you would have thought coming in, and that's exactly what happened.
Well, you know what? We had a chance to look at history this afternoon, too. Corbin Burnes hadn't walked a hitter all season long. 5 powerhouse innings on the year. He did walk his first batter. Not a bad strikeout to walk ratio to start the year. 58 strikeouts for Corbin Burnes in 1 walk. Unfortunately, he gives up a run in the first inning on a base hit, a stolen base, and a Nolan Arrow drives him home. And tough luck loss for Corbin Burnes. He pitched awfully better, deserved a better fate.
And hey, we mentioned this at one point during the game. Christian Yelich is out. He hasn't played much in the past month and a half. He has a back issue, and he's going to be playing in some games this weekend in the minor leagues to pick up some at-bats and see if he can get himself back on the field perhaps as soon as next week. Hello, Scott Brondin, Plesac, and Matt Holliday is also with us, chiming in from Oklahoma. But Matt, so it's Yelich, and if you head into this season, you look at him plus Keston here, and you go, those might be their 2 best natural hitters. They're both missing right now, and it shows.
Yeah, I mean, I think that their offense, as the numbers show, has been difficult for them to score. And like you talked about, when you don't have, coming into the season, I would have guessed the 2 and 3, maybe 3 and 4 hole hitters. When those guys aren't producing like you anticipate, sometimes it's hard to score. And they're going to have to get those veteran guys hot. You know, the Lorenzo Cain's going to have to get hot. Jackie Bradley's going to have to hit better than that. They're going to have to get Yelich healthy. They're going to have to find a way to get some offense at first base. They need offense, but their pitching is going to keep them in games, and they'll be able to tread water with that starting pitching and that bullpen until they get some offense going. But you would hate to waste some of these great starts that they're having with the lack of being able to score runs.
For the Cardinals, they win it 2-0. They have the best record in the NL Central, and their starter, Jack Flaherty, was awesome again, and he's with us right now on the post-game show. Jack, congrats on the W. The team comes through with a run in the first and then a little insurance in the ninth. Let's go over what you did today. How did it feel, and how would you evaluate what you did this afternoon?
You know, I think it helps though when you get a lead, you know, 1-0 lead in the first inning against a guy like Burnes, he's been unbelievable all year. You know, scratch one across early on, and then you know, from there it's just about preserving that. You know, you want to get those guys back in the first inning. You know, put up a good 1, 2, 3, and then you know, from there I had to execute when I really needed to. You know, there was some points. You know, Kiz did a really good job of keeping me under control. But you know, there was a lot of points where they had runners on, and at that point you just got to execute.
Yeah, Jack, I thought even in the second inning with the leadoff double, I thought all of a sudden your velo went from 92, 93 up to 95, 96. So that velo's there in the tank when you want it, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I mean, that's just something that, you know, has been worked on about managing the game and managing, you know, how it goes, and you know, feeling when to go to that, and when you know, when I might be able to just kind of sit around, you know, 93, 94. But you know, there's points where you got to bring it out. Especially in situations like that.
Jack, it's Matt. Good to see you, man. Good to hear from you. Love watching you pitch.
How you doing?
Tell me about your fastball. So you throw 50% fastball, 4-seam fastballs. We're talking about it on the broadcast. Do you feel like it's the extension that you get out in front that allows you to throw so many fastballs and guys just don't get good swings off of it? And it looks to me like against right-hand hitters it kind of cuts a little bit when you go to the first base side of the field. Is that something that you consciously do, or do you feel like that's just kind of a natural when you're trying to get it over there?
Yeah, I think it just naturally does that. Naturally, sometimes it just cuts when I go to that side. But for me, you know, the biggest thing is trying to be able to just locate it. And you know, there's times where you get away with some that are kind of over the middle, but you know, the better job I can do of locating it and keeping the ball down. You know, that's been our big ticket of keeping the ball down and staying down there. And good things are going to happen when you keep the ball down around the knees.
Jack, today was a special day, a global audience watching you pitch nicely on YouTube. 6 shutout innings, your team wins 2-0. So there's a new tradition in 2021. Some big names have taken home this trophy, the YouTube Player of the Game. The trophy is yours. We have a copy in your hands coming up in just a moment, and then we'll put your name on it as well. There you go.
Interesting.
This is brand new. 54% of fans vote for you, Jack. How's it feel? Is it heavy?
It is. It's pretty heavy. I guess this is cool. You know, hopefully we can turn this into a World Series trophy at the end of the year.
Yeah, that would be nice, right?
But
Matt,
yeah,
what do you think?
That'd be a little bit nice. Well, I know Holly was wanting Nolan to get this. Well, I know you were wanting Nolan to get this. I can hear you inside talking about it.
Yeah.
Nah, it's all good.
Give it to Nolan so we can use it as our rummy trophy. Yeah. Give it to Nolan. We can
I
use
will.
it as
I'll
our
let him
rummy
know.
Hey, Jack,
I'll let him know.
Yeah. Jack, your bullpen has been awfully impressive this year. Do you feel like when you come out of a game like this that your bullpen's going to be able to hold it down? It's been really one of the strengths of a good start to your team.
You know, absolutely. Those guys are lights out there. I mean, you bring in Gio, Cabby, and A-Ray. Those guys have been lights out. And even, you know, early on in the series, you know, Helsley's been really, really good. Everybody we brought out of there has been lights out. So when we come out with a lead, we feel pretty good turning the ball over to those guys.
Hey, Jack, what about the run support for you so far this season? Obviously, it's not something you can control, and today it was just 2 runs on the board and just 1 while you were on the mound. But how nice is it for you, and we talk about this all the time, to occasionally pitch with a lead? Does it change how you're working at all?
Yeah, I mean, pitching with a lead was something I didn't think I did a very good job of early on in the season, and have done a lot better job of just mentally, you know, staying on the attack and doing the little things. But when the offense can come out and give you a lead like that and continue to put up runs, at that point you just got to continue to attack and use it and use the big part of the plate. And you know, more times you can execute, better chance you're gonna have win the game.
Jack, when you talk about some of your hardest pitches are late in the when you talk about some of your hardest pitches are late in the game, how much do you attribute to your weight program and what you do in between starts, and how much time and effort you put in, and what you're doing in the weight room and the training room? Talk to the fans a little bit about what it takes to get ready for a start. You just don't show up on the 5th day and pitch.
Yeah, I mean, nothing would be possible on start day without the days in between. Those are the most important ones. You know, you get that from Waino. He takes those days in between real seriously. But something like that, being able to carry velo into the later innings, and you know, as you get up towards, you know, around 100 pitches, which has seemed to become the benchmark. But you know, for us, we've had guys go 100, 120. It just depends. You know, certain days it's going to be different. Some days you're going to have 100 intakes. Some days you're going to have 120. But being able to maintain that velo, you know, it goes back to those days in the off season, and it goes back to those days in between of the constant work that you got to do that you have to do to just, you know, get ready for that 5th day. But things don't happen without those days in between.
Jack, keep it up. You earned a little extra something today that's in your hands. Tell Nolan it's mine. You have to earn your own later on in the season. Tell Matt, too. Congrats on being the YouTube player of the game. We can show it off, yeah. Matt. See, there's the play button right there. You like it?
There you go, right on top.
Nice. Yeah, I love that.
Nice. Jack, thank you so much. We appreciate it, man. All right, good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's our YouTube player of the game, Jack Flaherty. He was great, and look at him go. Last 7 starts, he's 7-0. Just 7 earned runs in 7 outings, Dan. In 43 innings, 1 home run allowed. He's doing it all for them.
He's pitching really well right now, and I know wins are kind of poo-pooed nowadays, but you're looking at a guy right now well on his way to winning 20 games in 2021.
Yeah, look at him go for a Cardinals team that leads the National League Central, 23 up, just 15 down on the year, and they win the series in Milwaukee. Much more coverage coming your way on the post-game show presented by State Farm. Cardinals 2, Brewers nothing. That's your final on a Thursday afternoon.
I'm living the dream. I've been saying this since I was a little kid, but all I want to do is be a Major League Baseball player. Just trying to stay focused, you know, get through school, do everything that I possibly can to make it here. There's still a lot of work to be done, but you know, it's definitely a blessing. He said to try to catch it low, like a shoestring catch. Yeah, I'm going backward now. You stay there though.
I would have beat him back in the day. Boy, Ray ain't faster than me, baby.
I think the biggest thing is you're talking to guys who've been playing for, you know, a very, very long time, and the fact that, you know, they are open to expressing their own knowledge and things that they've been through. I mean, it doesn't get better than that. The best thing I can do is continue just to ask questions and try to soak up as much as I can. Hopefully that helps me, you know, just going into the future.
We're in the post-game show presented by State Farm. I thought the Fireball Review put it well. Beautiful traditional National League contest today, and this is how it went down.
Well, there he is, the man of the hour, Corbin Burnes. 29 in the third innings. That's right. No walks, 49 strikeouts.
Carlson's had big numbers in the first inning. Carlson facing a 3-2 count. StatCast, powered by Google Cloud, shows us how Corbin Burnes likes to handle his business with 3-ball counts. Dan, cutters, and he stays in the zone.
Well, that just shows you how much confidence he has in that pitch. A couple of years ago, back to 2019, he was basically a 4-seam fastball guy up in the zone, so he's not afraid to run deep counts and go to that cutter 3-2.
And Carlson chases 97 that dips down, and it's the first out of the day.
Well, the streak's alive. He's yet to walk a hitter.
Edman is on third base for Nolan Arenado.
Now Arenado gets one pass short, and that's going to break the ice for the Cardinals. Nolan Arenado makes it 1-0 as Edman scores. 2 hits, 1 run now for St. Louis, and here comes Matt Carpenter. 3 for 11 with a couple homers in his career against the starter for Milwaukee. And that one's lifted to shallow center. Kane racing in, going to be a tough play, and it drops. And Arenado is going to round third. Here comes the throw, and it is in time. Arenado's toasted home. Narvaez slaps on the tag.
Jack Flaherty, for me, you look at certain players that were affected by the pandemic-shortened season. Yeah, it affected Jack Flaherty.
Vogelbach for the series is 1 for 3. He has walked twice and struck out. 1-2.
That's a great play by Paul Goldschmidt, who plays a mean first base and gets the job done. 3 up, 3 down in the first for Flaherty. Cardinals up 1-0. O'Neill, Bader, and Kisner coming up.
Corbin Burnes ready, and here it is. Struck him out swinging. Burnes with strikeout number 2 in the game, and the batter is going to be Harrison Bader.
And he gets Bader and sets a new record. 52 strikeouts and no walks. It's the most Ks before issuing a walk to start a season. He tops Kenley Jansen's record of 51 set in 2017, and there you are. He broke your record as a starter, 35 in 2013.
Flaherty with a homer and 2 RBIs, going 2 for 12 this year.
Here he comes again. Hey, struck him out swinging, and he strikes out the side with a base hit mixed in there.
So we'll start with Kisner. Good battle here for Kisner, and he loses out on it to Corbin Burnes. Strikeout number 8 of the afternoon. We're only in the 5th.
Jack Flaherty's coming up.
Who currently holds the record for most strikeouts between walks, but it's an active race because Garrett Cole has a number at 56 in a row. He pitched yesterday, so Burnes passes him for now, then Cole might top him later this week. And he puts away Flaherty.
Here comes a tie. Yeah.
Tommy Edman 1 for 2, stolen base and a run scored.
Edman started the first with a single. Only man to score today, and he's on board again. Reaches for a second time, and the streak has come to a close. Corbin Burnes has finally issued a free pass for the first time this season.
It just looks like his concentration has increased every time they've gotten a runner in scoring position. It just looks like his execution of pitches has gotten even sharper.
Shaw goes fishing for out number 1. Vogelbach hanging out at second.
Cabrera warming up in the bullpen. The Cardinals look potentially Jackie Bradley Jr. on the on-deck circle.
That's a drive to deep center, and Bader backing up. He's got some room.
So he's feeling pretty confident right here in this at-bat. He's feeling pretty good about where he's at. His sight lines are good. I think he's feeling pretty good about his situation.
He sees the ball well. There's your chance here. Lorenzo Cain lines it up, tosses home. Edman racing in, and the throw is money. They got him.
What a throw.
Pitching, defense, and then in the 9th inning, a little bit of Alex Reyes action. Oh, that slider is nasty, Dan.
One after another, Jackie Bradley Jr. swings over the top of this one, and what a way to end it right here. Another nasty breaking ball in. Fly ball to center field. Base hit. Brew Crew think they have something going right now. But what Reyes has done all year is just slam the door. Not one of his best sliders, but he gets another swing and a miss as he punches out 3 Brewers in the 9th.
1 earned run in 20 innings, Matt. Alex Reyes getting the job done again. Our State Farm game summary, the Cardinals 2, the Brewers nothing. So, hey, that was, I mentioned it before the highlight, Matt. Beautiful, traditional National League contest, according to Fireball Review in the live chat. And more on Jack Flaherty with the help of StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud. 6 strikeouts and 12 put in play, 18 recorded, 6 shutout innings for Jack Flaherty this afternoon.
You know, if you look at that heat map, he pitches down in the strike zone a lot. Manager told us before the game, Mike Schilt, that he's one of those guys, his ball has great carry down in the zone. Corbin Burns, more cutters. Jack Flaherty, more down in the zone. But when Jack Flaherty needed some extra velo, he was able to find 96 and 97 at occasion.
Did it have that classic National League feel that you love, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we talk about pitching and defense, and we knew coming into this game that both starters were going to be very difficult to score on, especially with the shadows taking over. I thought the roof being open and those panels being open, I think might have affected 2 or 3 balls that could potentially have been home runs that might have changed the outcome of that game. But, yeah, good pitching, and then the Cardinals, that's pretty much what they're looking for. A good start, turn the ball over to Gallegos, and then, you know, to finish it with Reyes, who's been unhittable this year. So pretty much per script of what the Cardinals were looking for with Jack Flaherty starting and getting the series win, and then they move on to San Diego for another difficult series.
That was a fun watch for us and for JP Morosi at the ballpark, feeling the sun and the shadows and a little bit of wind action. JP, what do you think?
Scott, Dan, and Matt, first, it was a pleasure to work with all of you this afternoon. What a great game between the top 2 teams in the National League Central. And I'll share this with you. To hear the ovation for Burns when he set the record, and then another round of applause after the record stopped at 58, was just great to be back at the ballpark and hear that soundtrack that has drawn us all to the great game of baseball. I just wanted to say how grateful I feel to have been here today and heard those just great ovations that he got from the home crowd. A couple more thoughts here. The Cardinals now, Scott, we referenced this during the course of the broadcast. They're 15-5 since Edman and Carlson now have been 1-2. You think about those 2 great table setters, 2 great switch hitters, ahead of the perennial all-stars like Nolan Arenado and Paul Goldschmidt. Of course, they'll have Paul DeYoung back at some point. It's a very, very deep lineup for the Cardinals. You just see the overall lineup depth right now. St. Louis clearly has the edge over the Brewers. The Brewers have scored just 7 runs in their last 4 games, but in a credit to their pitching, they've actually won 2 of them. So they have to, for the time being, continue forward with outings like this from Burns and Woodruff and Peralta. They're going to have to find a way to win games with their rotation, with their batting order now having the lowest batting average in the National League. Of course, as you referenced as well, hoping to see a return from Christian Yelich. Those games at AAA Nashville, as you point out, very highly regarded and watched, I think, by the baseball world to see how Christian Yelich looks this weekend with that back injury. Now, Scott, we have to take a look around the major leagues, of course, as well here with our Game of the Week on YouTube. Let's now take a look at the key headlines around. Now, this start actually, Scott, is known as the 8th start of the year for Zach Plesac. Oh, no, wait, it's Jared Kelenich's debut and Logan Gilbert's debut. All kinds of things happened there with Seattle. Soroka has a setback there with his Achilles injury, exploratory surgery being scheduled there. And the Oakland Athletics announcement this week, Scott, that they will be exploring possible relocation options. Again, it's not imminent, but the announcement basically coming this week that effectively says the current Coliseum site will no longer be the long-term home of the A's. It's either downtown Oakland or potentially somewhere else. A final note, I referenced the Zach Plesac start against Logan Gilbert there and Jared Kelenich's debut out in Seattle. How about this? We have a travel baseball team here in the great state of Wisconsin, out in Waukesha, which is where Jared Kelenic grew up. Jared Kelenich's younger brother, Waukesha, Wisconsin, 16 miles from where I'm standing right now, plays on the same travel baseball team as Craig Counsell's son. That team is coached by Tom Kelnick, Jared's father. So how about that? The same team. Craig Counsell's son, Jared Kelnick's brother, 16 miles away. All roads lead to this great place where Dan Plesac pitched so many great games for the Brewers years ago.
News you can only get right here on YouTube from JP working on his suntan. What a day. 2-0 Cardinals win it over the Brewers. We'll wrap things up on the postgame show presented by State Farm in a moment.
Make fun of me with my ball glove.
Heart is palpitating.
Hit high and deep, and this one's headed to the water and gone.
She was right in the right. She almost got hit by it. I mean, that's a long McCovey Cove shot. Swung on and Segura drifting out. Coming on is Harper, and Harper calling. He makes the catch. And Segura was right in front of him, maybe 3 feet in front of him, and he raised his glove as if he was going to catch the pop-up, even though he knew he was nowhere near it. And they just very, very soft high five.
Look out in the bullpen. Tommy Hotovy purchased a net, and now the team has become addicted to playing some pickleball during the course of the game just to have fun, maybe some physical exercise. That's what Mike Napoli told me he uses it for.
Punches that one down the line.
What a play! That's cross up. Lisa Cross, our Golden Glover. No cross up there. Whoa, Lisa!
This is the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube postgame show presented by State Farm. Scott Braun, Dan Plesac, and Matt Holliday hanging out with you after the Cardinals top the Brewers 2-0. And look at the schedule we're laying out through July 9th on YouTube. Next week, the Giants match up with the Reds, then the Phillies and Marlins the week after. One per week. Mets, Diamondbacks, Dodgers, Pirates, Tigers taking on Trout and Ohtani and the Angels. The A's, hot out west, are going to be in Texas against the Rangers on the 22nd of June. The Mariners match up with the Blue Jays. The country of Canada getting some action on YouTube on June 30th. And then July 9th, the Reds again matching up with this squad that we talked about for half the day, the Milwaukee Brewers, who are shut out 2-0, as we continue to wrap things up here on the postgame show. Scott Braun, Dan Plesac, and Matt Holliday. Great schedule coming up on YouTube as we flash back, though, for a moment. Matt Holliday, September 19th, 2006. Paint the picture for us, Matt.
That was my second at bat. My first at bat, Matt Cain, he hit me in the top of my back. And, you know, it never really works where you try to hit a home run and it actually works. That time it actually did. I was trying to hit it as far as I possibly could, and it happened.
Estimated 500 feet. Benny No, who's a big fan and a big part of our live chat, YouTube creator, says he and his dad once dropped a Holiday home run in the postseason. It stings. Maybe at some point, Matt will set you up with a fresh baseball. But as far as the home run distance is concerned, because we were looking for that, about 500 feet, that's more like it, Matt. That's what we're talking about. That was the good stuff in your Rockies days, right?
Yeah, I was going to say that was going to reference that one as probably the furthest one I'd hit. But again, I didn't think there was any proof. I'm surprised y'all found the video from back then, but nice job. That was a good home run. Like I said, Matt Cain had hit me in the back, and I was kind of mad. I thought he did it on purpose. He probably didn't, but I thought to myself, I'd really want to hit one as far as I can, swing as hard as you can, and it actually worked.
That's good. I know you love that. Hey, we find everything here.
Find everything. I gave up one of those to Cecil Fielder. Hit a ball out of County Stadium on me, Matt, so I know what it feels like to throw one of those, and it's not a good feeling.
That is a classic. And so is this. When we mic up players on YouTube, we get great content throughout the game, taking you inside the game for the words of Colton Wong throughout today's contest.
Mic check, mic check, mic check. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2. 12:40 game. Great time to start.
I just woke up. Gosh dang it. What's up, brother?
Good to see you, baby.
Nice to see you too. How you doing? Yeah. Just watch out. I'm mic'd up. So. Yeah. It's a nice, beautiful day out in Milwaukee. Warm 65. I can't believe I used to play at like 9 o'clock in the morning when I was a kid. Wide awake too, like ready to go. This 12:40 game, man. Woo. YouTube, I'm gonna let you know right now. This game's on you. If I have a bad game, it's on you. If I have a good game, it's on me. So we're good today. Man, you're the biggest 13-year-old I've seen, bro. I like the jersey. Might be the first one I've seen. Very nice meeting you, man. Happy birthday, you guys. Take care. Are you back today? Let's go. Come on, baby. Let's do it. Let's do it. Hey, boy, wired. You act like you say anything good anyways, bro.
Said Lowe's the man in the plan. He's in that field on tan. He's coming at every ball in there. Everything's in the moment, man. Take low. Go low.
Hey, that's a YouTube original right there. I hope you guys got that. Oh, that was great. Just turned 30 this year. My God, I'm hurting. I know, 30 ain't old. Go, let's get Pretty back. I said, let's play Pretty back on him. You know he's gonna try and shoot it this way if he gets a chance. Or that way. Ooh. Wrong pitch. Todd, you had that strike? Okay. Oh, good pitch. Tell you what, there's a lot of dudes here with their shirts off. Kind of weird.
Oh, the grand finale from Colton Wong. That's so good. Updated NL Central standings. Cardinals the best, 23-15. Brewers in the 2 spot at 20-18. Wow, so much good content to choose from right there from Colton Wong, including that little beat song from Brent Suter in the dugout, bringing it too.
Yeah, you know what? That's kind of good. You get to go inside that dugout and see what goes on, hear the conversations, and the lingo between the players is kind of cool.
Matt, is that what was going on for your whole life during the baseball career?
I don't remember any of the music. I don't remember any of the banging of the music, but there is definitely some kid-like behavior that goes on. So you have to keep it light. You're together a lot. You're grinding. There's a lot of frustration involved in baseball. So you need those guys that can bring the sense of humor and can bring the fun to the park every day, and like I said, there's a lot of kid-like shenanigans.
Oh, Matt, you brought it today, first game broadcast. We loved it. Did you have fun?
Oh, it's great. I appreciate you guys having me. You guys are pros, and I appreciate you guys letting me come on.
Hey, we really loved having you, and good luck the rest of the season with the coaching staff over at Oklahoma State. Keep those W's coming, and we'll chat hopefully again soon, all right?
All right, thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. Matt Holliday and Dan Plesac with us today, along with JP Morosi. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Back on the same day next week, Thursday, May 20th. Another NL Central member, the Reds, hosting the San Francisco Giants. Coverage starts rolling with our pregame show at noon Eastern, so we'll talk again then. For the ultra-durable Dan Plesac today and the superhuman strength of Matt Holliday, Mr. Midwest JP Morosi, and our entire superstar crew. I'm Scott Braun logging out for now. We'll see you next time on YouTube.